Castle area, and the temperature is at 73 now at Pittsburgh International.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Larry Richert along with anchorman Paul Rasmussen. And every Thursday we check in with Hall of Fame broadcaster Bill Hillgrove. And we'll check in with Bill in just a moment. Meanwhile, no shortage of sports news here. Starting with the trades made by the Pirates.
Oh, yes. There was some trade action on the part of the Pirates yesterday. Third baseman, the Gold Glover, Ke'Bryan Hayes, is going to be traded has been traded, in fact, to the division rival Cincinnati Reds. And for him going there, Larry, I think perhaps a better ballpark for a batter, and he's going to be playing for Terry Francona. Maybe they can figure out a way to help him increase his batting average. But he's gone. In return, we get a reliever and a prospect. There is some scuttlebutt that the reliever might be part of a future trade here coming up today. Who knows how that's going to turn out? And the other pitcher involved in yesterday's trade, Caleb Ferguson, is going to Seattle in trade for a prospect. Seattle, by the way, is loading up on talent. They got back a big hitting third baseman to go along with their catcher who's hitting home runs by the bushel-full. So they're stacking up the deck, hoping to win the AL West and maybe show up for a World Series.
All right, let's check in with our Hall of Fame broadcast friend, Bill Hillgrove. William, good morning.
Yes, the fire sale has begun.
Yeah, well, have until 6 p.m. today to make any additional moves. Your thoughts on what they've done so far?
Probably not surprising. There are certain players I hope they don't trade, but in this day and age, you just never know. What was it? There was in the American League, a player traded halfway through a doubleheader.
Oh my!
Which put me. Well, he went from one team to the other, and that had me recall Ralph Kiner in 1953, a doubleheader at Forbes Field with the Cubs. And at halftime, he was told to go change uniforms. And of course, as a big Ralph Kiner fan, I was heartbroken. But little did I know that his back was bad, and the Pirates knew it, and he really didn't have much of a career after that.
Well, we'll see what transpires the rest of this final deadline day in Major League Baseball. That said, the Pirates have been red hot, winning 7 of their last 8, including their first road sweep of the season, and now 4 series wins in a row. So we'll see what happens beyond this. Let's talk Steelers. Steelers camp, by the way, folks, 2 hours from now, they're going to start the practice early today because they're anticipating heavier rain in the afternoon. Hopefully they get that practice in at 10. So your thoughts on what you've seen and heard so far from St. Vincent College?
Well, I haven't been to camp yet, but I was going to go up today. Now that it's so early, I don't know if I can juggle my schedule to accommodate it, but I'll try. But from what I've heard, the Broderick Jones injury is certainly concern because I think this offensive line has a chance to be pretty good. And, let's just see how that plays out. But I'm hearing good things about the running back from Iowa, the rookie. But it's still kind of early, so to form opinions based on limited, number of plays that you watch. And again, I'm big on the eye test. I can hear somebody say their opinion on this, and they've watched that. I want to see it myself before I make my mind up. So
Bill,
hopefully I get to camp this morning.
Oh, yeah, Bill, I agree with you completely. And there's another factor all of this, too, is that, we have training camp eyes, right? We look at what's going on in training camp, but then when the bullets start to fly in the regular season, things really can and do change, don't they?
Yeah, and, I've always said, and that's why I never paid much attention to OTAs, you really don't find out who the football players are until they put the pads on. And then you can you can find out for yourself who can block, who can tackle, who has the motor that never quits, like T.J. Watt. And so, I've always relied on that, and it's just served me pretty well. But, I'm not a football expert. I certainly couldn't look at plays and see the same thing that Tune Chilkin or Craig Wolfley, rest their souls, would see, because they played the game, played it at a high level, played it for a long time. I can't look at it that way, but I can still see, I think, who can play football. And there are only certain few human beings on this earth who have the mental and physical makeup to play that game.
I talked to this week, Bill, on Tuesday night. We were at a Children's Hospital fundraiser. It was Merrill Hodge, and boy, he could be a coach in this league. The way he breaks down individuals. I told him when he was on ESPN, nobody did more homework and watch more film than him. A lot of guys go out there and just make hot takes about things, but he actually is very detailed in what he sees, and he sees a lot of good on this roster for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year.
Yeah, normally in the past I would get a preview on things with the Steelers because I knew Merle watched the film. He has access to it because he works for the league. And, he can push a button and call up every third down and short, not only for certain teams, but for the whole league. I mean, it's incredible what technology has come to. And but this year I wasn't able to make the Mario Luther golf tournament, which he always participates in. And, so I didn't have that chance for the preview, but hopefully we'll cross paths because he, as you say, is just a special guy and has a special eye and talent for uncovering people who can play the game.
Yeah, I wanted to get your reaction. Last Saturday, Art Rooney II and the Steelers revealed their Hall of Honor inductees for the season, including Marquise Pouncey, Joey Porter, and Ben Roethlisberger, all Kevin Colbert's guys.
Yeah, wow, what a trio. And, I unfortunately, when you're my age, you can go back a ways and remember certain things at camp. And I remember when Joey Porter was either a rookie or perhaps a young player, and they had that conditioning run to open the camp. And, some guys fall by the wayside. Casey Hampton would never finish it and would end up barely on the pup list.
The big snack.
Big snack, yeah. Yeah, and but I think the staff knew that, he'd end up in enough shape to play the game at a high level, which he certainly did, and we miss it. But I remember watching them finish the conditioning run, and Joey was probably 10 yards ahead of the nearest linebacker. And when he finished across the finish line, he did a cartwheel. And I said, wow, you talk about athleticism. I remember things like that. And, it didn't surprise me that he's in this year's class. Pouncey, I was told by Kevin Colbert that they wrote the 7 ways that they block 8 fronts when he was a rookie. First time. Actually, before they drafted him, it was at the combine, and they put on the chalkboard the 7 ways they could block 8 fronts, and then they took the eraser and erased it, and said, "Can you recall what was on the chalkboard?" And they said he wired it. It was perfect. He knows what he's doing, and so Pouncey being in the class and certainly was a great teammate and deserves to be in the Hall of Honor. And what can I say about Ben? I will say this. I will go to my grave believing that Tom Brady unretired because he didn't want to be in the same Canton Hall of Fame class as Ben Roethlisberger, because he'd know that the Steeler fans wouldn't be that necessarily approving of his induction.
Yeah,
and they'd let him know that.
That is terrific. I never thought about that possibility.
And before you go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, that's right.
Before you go, Pitt's football season really started yesterday, their first day of camp, a month away from, after 86 years, a renewed rivalry on the gridiron with Duquesne University, which you know very well. Also, there's something really good happening with this Pitt team, with Coach Narduzzi now in his 11th season, despite the disappointing finish last year. They got a lot of guys to return who were being courted by a lot of other schools.
Isn't it interesting that they want to stay here? And I think that's a tribute to Narduzzi and his staff. They create a family environment. And unfortunately, in this day and age of people being on the trading block, so to speak, the portal, I think that speaks volumes. And by the way, somebody sent me a video this week, and I guess you could probably call it up on YouTube, of Kyle Lewis, who's now being mentioned for All-America teams and just one of the great athletes that they've ever been able to sign up. He apparently eschewed the escalator one day and jumped off his golf cart and went up the side of the wall at the facility to the second floor. And the athleticism displayed is unbelievable. Now, some naysayers will say, well, he's crazy for trying that because he could get hurt. But to watch him do that, try it on YouTube. It's incredible.
I remember seeing you do that in the 80s at Three Rivers. Come on. All right, William, we'll see you a lot more as Pitt football gets ready to take off. Bill will be the voice of the Panthers once again. How many seasons in now, Bill?
Oh, gosh. Well, it started in 1974 after the passing of the late Ed Conway, so do the math. It's in the 50s. I lose track purposely.
Well, excited about the season. All right, partner, have a great weekend. There's Bill Hillgrove, our Hall of Fame buddy.
It's always fun to talk with Billy. It's only just a matter of just a few weeks until we can listen to him call a game again.
Shoot the breeze with Bill. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. That's where we find Ellen Gamble, powered by Bowser Genesis.
All right. Thanks, guys. And we do continue to have delays in Oakland around an accident. This is South Bouquet Street at Senate Street. So crews are on the scene trying to assist with that particular traffic trouble. No other major accidents on your major arteries heading to and through downtown at this point, but that doesn't mean we don't have delays. Parkway West inbound stacking for you before the top of Green Tree Hill. The outbound ride toward the airport is slow through the 79 interchange right now. Southbound 28 continues to be a heavy ride for you. It's slow through the Etna bypass, kind of eases up and flows a little bit better for just a bit, but then you're in heavy stuff again once you reach Millvale down past the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway North continues to roll well as you are townbound this morning, and you'll get in line on the Parkway East inbound right around the Wilkinsburg interchange. The outbound 376 stretch toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels, quite heavy, stacking between the Bates Street on-ramp and the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And the rain arriving in Newcastle right now to the north. And if you drew a line from the northeast to the southwest, that's the line of showers going to cross the region. 78 the high, very humid now at 72 degrees.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
At Moses Jewelers, Tim Moses believes in the timeless beauty of pre-owned jewelry. Every piece tells a unique story, one of craftsmanship, history, and elegance passed through generations. When you choose a piece of pre-owned jewelry, you're embracing the art of upcycling, treasuring pieces that have stood the test of time. Explore the hand-selected collection of exquisite pre-owned jewelry at Moses Jewelers, where history and sustainability meet in every piece of their estate collection. Visit mosesjewelers.com.
UPMC is redefining cardiac care for women.
The number one killer of women is heart disease.
UPMC McGee Women's Heart Program is the only integrated women's health and heart provider in the state.
We have by far the most comprehensive cardiac care in the region and across the nation. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Tank 21 News Radio KDKA from the Goldberg, Persky, and White News Desk, Paul Rasmussen.
I wonder how many people are irritated when they wind up on an automated phone system. You know, the kind that says, press 1 to do this, or in a few words describe what you're calling about. Well, actually, I don't have to wonder anymore. We'll tell you how many. That's coming up at 8:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
What's trending with T on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Some Myra Rush in studio.
Yes, I'm
morning,
here.
T.
Good morning.
What's trending?
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
She's not
going to run for governor in 2028. She says it's not the time.
Yeah, that made
That's surprising
big
to
news
some
yesterday
people.
afternoon. Big surprise.
But there are people on social media who saying that she was like threatened to not do. You bet not run. You bet not run.
You would think, though, as a former vice president, she would have, some juice to become a governor in California, but
She says she emphasized that her decision does not mark the end of her public service, but a shift in focus. From now, my leadership in public service will not be in elected office.
all right, we'll see what she does next.
Yes. Well, there goes that. And then Elon is back out there. He has a diner, a restaurant. And it is very nice.
And this is what?
It's
music.
This
from...
is music. This is his promo that they planted. There's people walking around. It's a Jetson like theme.
Oh, yeah.
It is very well put together.
I'm sure it is.
I mean,
he's got an unlimited budget as the richest man in the world.
And I'm watching it. You have to watch it online. You really, truly have to see it.
What is this music?
This is the music, the night music that gets you going, get you in the mood to take, someone out to have.
Where
lunch
is
or
this
dinner
place?
In L.A.
Oh man.
Yeah, Tesla
You've been to
Diner, Tesla Diner and Supercharger. That's what it is. Tesla. It's very. I've been to L.A. Yeah,
Did you ever
it's
hear
very
of
nice.
a restaurant called Nobu? Or
Excuse me?
Nobu. It's out in California. Aaron Rodgers mentioned that he took the receivers when they went out before camp started to come out, and they were hanging out.
Okay.
He said they were in Nobu, this restaurant, and there were
Nobu?
dolphins
Oh.
in the background
No,
in the ocean. And one of the players said, "Did they pay them to do that?" I'm like, "Uh-oh, who was that player?" And we got nothing going. But it's called Tesla?
It's Tesla. It's a Tesla. It's the menu designed by celebrity chef Eric Greenspan of the Foundry. I mean, it's kind of like, it's reasonable too. $14 tuna melts. I mean, it seems like people are. There was no protest. There was a couple people shouting on the side, "Hey, get out of here! You're rich. You're so rich. Go away!" But other than that, there were no severe protests. So,
all right,
next time you go out, maybe you might. You might not.
I'll be going to In-Out and Burger. That's all right.
I mean, if you go there, the hamburgers are probably more in In-N-Out Burger than they are in
I don't think so.
$13. Well,
I ain't buying that.
What else is trending?
Trump and P. Diddy
Uh-oh.
pardoning. That's the latest talk. You don't know. Caroline Levitt said it wouldn't be the first time he's pardoned some big celebrity.
Well, yeah,
however,
like those people, the Chrisleys.
Yeah. So she said, but however, it's not something he would do. It's kind of similar in some aspects of the Epstein. So that's not a possibility at this time. But that does not mean that would be horrible to do.
Stay tuned. That's what's trending with T. Thank you, T.
You're welcome.
Day 25 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ellen Gamble has an update.
Sure do, and I have a lot of brake lights out there this morning, folks. Sorry to say, Parkway East inbound really got started off on the wrong foot earlier with an accident. No accidents in your way right now, but you have lots of company backing around the Wilkinsburg interchange before the inbound tunnel portal. On the outbound ride, the construction zone lane restriction means that you're in heavy traffic from right around that bend just past the Bates Street on-ramp all the way out to and through that single lane traffic pattern. Parkway West inbound stacks at the top of Green Tree Hill. Behind the Liberty tunnels, just traffic light delays on 51 and 19. 28 southbound, extremely heavy for you through the Etna bypass. And then again from Millvale down past the 31st Street Bridge. Earlier accident being cleared in Oakland from South Bouquet at Senate Streets. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. It's Tech Vibe Radio. Join hosts Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council's Huntington Bank Studios as they bring you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's tech sector.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
This summer, try the new Strato Frappuccino blended beverage at Starbucks. It's the classic blended iced coffee you know and love, now topped with a creamy layer of handcrafted brown sugar cold foam. Available for a limited time. Your Strato Frappuccino is ready at Starbucks.
Having a tough time paying your bills? Learn how to reduce your credit card debt to a fraction of what you owe. Call the Debt Helpline now for free advice. 800-329-9912. 800-329-9912.
The summer savings are heating up at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. All natural pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound. Fresh blueberries, 1-pint containers, $1.99 each. And restaurant-style or bite-sized essential everyday tortilla chips, 12-ounce bags, 2 for $3. Additional savings in our meat department. Farm-raised fresh salmon fillets, $8.99 a pound. And boneless center-cut pork loin chops or roast, $2.99 a pound. In our produce department, locally grown zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound. And red or green seedless grapes are $1.99 a pound. In our deli department, Smith's Smokehouse Reserve ham, $7.99 a pound. And Guggisberg Amish butter or farmer's cheese, $7.49 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Gia Russa pasta, 16-ounce packages, 99 cents each.
So get into Coons Market for the summer savings. They're heating up. How do you find the Coons Market nearest you? Click on coonsmarket.com. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 72 and cloudy at 8:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. UPMC is among the healthcare companies subpoenaed by the Department of Justice about gender-affirming care. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has the story in the newsroom.
Paul, according to the Department of Justice, these investigations include healthcare fraud, false statements, and more. They allege that those involved in performing these types of services on children will be held accountable, but it's unclear what specifics are in the subpoenas and what exact medical services were performed. In a statement to KDKA Radio, a UPMC spokesperson said, "These actions have made it abundantly clear that our clinicians can no longer provide certain types of gender-affirming care without risk of criminal prosecution. This includes specific restrictions on puberty blockers and hormone therapy for individuals under the age of 19. UPMC ended its statement by saying the nonprofit deeply emphasizes with the patients and families affected by these ongoing changes. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Roughly 70% of Americans say interacting with automated phone systems is frustrating. As CBS's Michael Toscano reports, an effort's underway in the U.S. Senate to fix that.
Comedian Julie Story captures the experience.
Thank you for calling this automated system that sounds like a real person but will be significantly more frustrating for you.
Democratic Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego and West Virginia Republican Senator Jim Justice have introduced a bill to ensure that you can speak to a real human being and one located in the U.S. if that's your preference.
Oh, it sounds like you have a question about your account. Is that right? Yes. Ooh, that's too bad, because now I'm going to take you through prompts that have nothing to do with your question.
The bill would limit federal benefits for companies who ship those jobs overseas.
All of our representatives are busy at this time.
Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
Goodbye.
Now, KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates swept the Giants with a 2-1 win on Wednesday. The trade deadline is tonight at 6. So far, Pittsburgh has traded key Brian Hayes to the Reds. Caleb Ferguson went to the Mariners, and the Bucks are getting in both deals a reliever and 2 prospects in all. Today's Steelers practice has been moved up to 10 a.m. KDKA Radio News Time, 8:32. Our next update at 9. I'm Paul Rasmussen on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, it's Brian Quaranta, host of On the Money, every Saturday morning, 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Retirement planning doesn't have to be stressful. Each week on our radio show, On the Money, I'll guide you through topics like building retirement income plan, minimizing taxes, and protecting your hard-earned savings. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Let's make your retirement plan as simple and stress-free as possible. That's On the Money, where retirement planning meets peace of mind.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Hello, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. The pulse of Western Pennsylvania is in very good hands. That's because there's a healthcare system whose hospitals have earned medicine's most prestigious honors for cardiovascular care, like the top 10% nationally for specialty cardiac care, America's 100 best in cardiac care, and heart surgery ranked in the top 2% nationwide. It's heart and vascular care at Independence Health System, where the pulse of Western Pennsylvania is indeed in very good hands.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
It's 8:35 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
All right, thanks, Larry. So the trek from the northern suburbs or out of the Ohio Valley, depending on your pick, can be slow for you. Parkway North is rolling well. That's a good choice if you have to make it or can make it. But 65 southbound is backing to Millerton Avenue as you head toward the intersection with the McKees Rocks Bridge. 28 has been heavy all morning long. It's starting to ease up just a smidge, but you still have some sluggish traffic past the Shaler Waterworks. And then between there and Millvale is where you get in line heading down past the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway West inbound stacks at the top of Green Tree Hill. The outbound ride is heavy from the Roslyn Farms interchange all the way out through 79 and toward the construction by Campbell's Run. Parkway East inbound lines up for you right around Wilkinsburg. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning out mostly cloudy today. It'll be cooler than it has been of late, but still humid. Some showers and a heavy thunderstorm around, mainly for the afternoon hours, high 78. Breezy and cooler tonight with rain at times early, low 60. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, it is 74 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Always enjoy bringing you news of something that's coming. In this case, coming back to the Berg, and it's a very big deal. And joining us, Dr. Brian Strohmeyer, who's the president of PittCon 2027. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Not as good as you. I'm expecting that you're probably pretty pumped up about PittCon. So for those that don't know, this is one of the world's largest science conferences, and it's coming back to the Berg.
Yes, it is, and we're absolutely ecstatic about it. We could not be happier.
So give us a little history about this, since it's rooted here and looking for a triumphant return.
Sure. So PittCon is short for the Pittsburgh Conference on Analytical Chemistry and Applied Spectroscopy, which is a mouthful if you're not a scientist. and even if you're a scientist, it's a mouthful, which is why we've been going by PittCon for a long, long time. But it is the world's largest conference and exposition on analytical science and laboratory science in general. And it was started in 1950 by two different societies in Pittsburgh, one called the Society for Analytical Chemists of Pittsburgh, and the other the Spectroscopy Society of Pittsburgh. They held their first show in the old William Penn Hotel in 1950. They had a little over 100 attendees. And it just grew after that into the 25, 30,000 and higher numbers through the years. But what happened was in 1968, there was a hotel strike in Pittsburgh, just a week or so before the conference, and they moved it to Cleveland.
Oh, God.
So the last time it was in Pittsburgh was 1967, because they moved to Cleveland, and they just stayed in Cleveland for about 10 years. Because they liked the venue, they were mad about the hotel strike, et cetera. And it stayed in Cleveland, and it outgrew Cleveland and moved to Atlantic City for about 10 years. And then in the mid-'80s or so, it started rotating among Chicago, Atlanta, New Orleans. Orlando got in the mix. And we got so big, Pittsburgh just could not hold the conference. The old convention center wasn't big enough, no hotel infrastructure, et cetera. So we were going to big cities, big convention centers. And just this last year, in March of this year, we were in Boston for the first time. This coming March, we're going to be in San Antonio for the first time. In 24, we were in San Diego for the first time. But what happened was we had an opportunity to come back to Pittsburgh for 27. We've already arranged to have the conference in Pittsburgh in 2030. But an opportunity came to come back a few years earlier in 27. And when I was approached, I said, do it, no matter what it takes. We want to be in Pittsburgh. That's where it started. And we just are ecstatic to be coming back. The convention center has been absolutely terrific to work with. Visit Pittsburgh has been phenomenal. And we just could not be happier.
So this will give us another opportunity to showcase the region to people from around the world. And for those that don't know, we kind of get what chemists do, but what is a spectroscopy Society of Pittsburgh? What is that?
Okay, so the Analytical Chemistry and Applied Spectroscopy. We're the scientists chemists, some physicists, biologists, material scientists that analyze things to figure out how they work, how to make them work better, why they're not working the way they're supposed to. So we have instrumentation and other methods that we use, some spectroscopic, others not spectroscopic, where we're using things like infrared radiation, X-rays, electron beams, ion beams to probe materials and analyze those materials to see what's in them and how much, if that makes sense. So what our conference involves is all types of science, really, but some of the areas we emphasize are pharmaceutical science, life science, environmental science, energy, forensic science, nanotechnology. We cover a very, very broad range, and that's why we are the world's largest and most successful. And we're also nonprofit, and 90% of the profits generated from the conference are given back to the community by the two societies that I mentioned. So we give grants to college students, equipment to K through 12, kindergarten through 12th grade schools. We give awards to scientists around the world. It's an international conference. We have a mobile planetarium here in Pittsburgh that we take around to different schools. We do science demonstrations at schools. We have lectures that students and teachers come to, workshops, that type of thing. So we really are involved with science education outreach. And we have a website, chemistryoutreach.org. It is for the two societies, and it lists the dozens and dozens of grants and scholarships and other philanthropic initiatives that we do.
Well, another piece of great news for the region. Appreciate your time this morning, and good luck. I don't know what it's like to be as smart as you, but it sounds good. Doc, thanks.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, sir.
You got it. Brian Strohmeyer, who's a PhD and an expert in material science. As you can tell, these guys are really smart. And this is PittCon 2027.
Everything you need to start your day with the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hard to believe tomorrow is that special day for Steelers fans who do go to camp. By the way, camp today is 10 o'clock if you didn't hear that. But tomorrow, Legion, Keener Park, and Latrobe, Steelers Fest. I'll be there at noon to kick things off, literally, and hanging out for a couple of hours. Then Steelers legends John Banaszak, Chris Hope will be there with autograph opportunities 3 to 5. Cap it off with Friday Night Lights at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Football. And that experience, unless you've been there before, you haven't experienced bold, big, only in Latrobe. And by the way, some visitation by some friends at Living Treasures Animal Park, Living Treasures in Donegal. That's tomorrow at Steelers Fest. Hope to see you in Legion, Keener Park at noon.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way. Give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $12,500 bathroom remodel with an additional savings of up to $3,000 plus low to no monthly payments. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems symptoms will not go away on their own and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And slowly but surely in spots, emphasis in spots, we're seeing the traffic tie-ups ease off for your Thursday morning commute. So 28 is the spot that we'll highlight first. Just a little bit slow past that Shaler Waterworks, and now it's easing up a whole bunch. You sail well again, then down past Millvale, and then it's after that you get into the heavy stuff heading past the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway West stubbornly stuck at the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound is slow through the I-79 interchange. Behind the Liberty tunnels just now, 51 northbound has a backup right around Bousman. West Liberty Avenue is a little bit heavy suddenly between Brookside and Pioneers, where you'll get in line there. Parkway East is at Wilkinsburg. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
78 today, significantly cooler. Rain showers crossing the area already started in Newcastle, and after that, a spectacular weekend ahead. We're at 72 now.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text Firm 66 to 32 32 32. FIRM 66 to 32 32 32. Firm 66 to 32 32 32. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White News Desk.
These companies make it really easy to sign up, and they make you jump through all kind of hoops just to get out of a subscription that you're tired of. And you get stuck paying for it because sometimes people just give up because the process is too tough.
There he is, U.S. Representative Chris Deluzio, who's introduced a bill, Larry, to make it as easy to cancel a subscription as it is to sign up for one.
Is anyone listening against that? No? Continue, Paul.
3 days of excessive heat are behind us. If you had told me 2 months ago that I would call 78 a cool high, right?
Right.
But we do have some showers and heavy thunderstorms in today's forecast.
There's an area of rain and thunderstorms right now that's moving east. I wouldn't be surprised if that rain and thunderstorm activity actually gets here by about 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, it looks like meteorologist Joe Lundberg is right on.
And as a result, the Steelers have moved today's practice. They moved it up to 10 a.m. Perhaps that's going to work out fine. They was scheduled at 1:55. I guess they thought the weather would be rougher then. The gates have already opened at St. Vincent for the fans to come in. And, oh, by the way, Larry, one other football item that I haven't mentioned yet. Guess what's going on tonight? The Hall of Fame game. I didn't realize.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
The football season is underway in Canton, Ohio. That is the traditional preseason opener.
Chargers and Lions are playing at 8 o'clock tonight, so there's that. And, of course, we have the trade deadline in Major League Baseball at 6 o'clock, and the question is, do the Pirates have anything on deck?
Well, here we go. We'll wait and see. Hall of Fame game tonight.
You got it.
Good Lord.
Football's starting.
Thank you, Paul. And school season, speaking of football starting, is just around the corner. Families facing a lot of housing instability, food insecurity, financial hardships, and for many, back-to-school shopping is a source of big stress. More than half the parents plan to skip necessities, like even groceries, just to afford back-to-school supplies. But our celebrity couple friend Carlos and Alexa Penavega from Nickelodeon's Big Time Rush in the movie Spy Kids are with us. Good morning, Carlos, Alexa. Welcome to KDKA in Pittsburgh.
Good morning. Good morning.
So what's the game plan for the Salvation Army's efforts to help families?
Well, we got to do something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? They're amazing. They don't stop. They give back year-round. And right now, the country's getting hit hard. And a lot of these parents, like you said, they're forfeiting essential needs just so that they can afford school supplies for their kids. So Salvation Army is partnering, with different people to fill backpacks. They're helping with school uniforms. I mean, there's a number of different ways that they're helping, and a number of different ways that people can volunteer or give back. So if you visit salvationarmyusa.org and you want to be a part of giving back in any way, you'll find something there.
Yeah, in this area, the Salvation Army has been such a partner of our community for a long time. So that's salvationarmyusa.org for parents. Take a look and see the way the Salvation Army might help you. That said, how you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great. We're on tour right now as a family.
Yeah.
So we're living on a tour bus with 3 kids.
Yep, I've got my groupies for the summer, and no, it's been great. We're just having a good time traveling as a family.
Well, appreciate what you guys are doing. Thanks for checking in, and have a great rest of the summer. But school is back here in just a couple of weeks, so appreciate you both, Carlos and Alexa Penavega from Spy Kids and, of course, Nickelodeon's Big Time Rush. And by the way, you can check out salvationarmyusa.org again and see if you can make a connection. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic is powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thank you so much. We do have the heavy traffic for you in a couple of areas. 28 is easing off, just slow for you from about Millvale down past the 31st Street Bridge and heading toward those ramps for East Ohio Street or the North Shore Expressway. Parkway West inbound is still stuck for you at the top of Green Tree Hill. Things are easing out just a bit and getting a little bit lighter, but still some slowdowns as you head outbound on the Parkway West past the I-79 interchange. And behind the Liberty tunnels, you have traffic light delays backing you on Route 19 West Liberty Avenue between Brookside and Pioneer, and Sawmill Run Boulevard is backing at Bousman. Parkway East outbound is heavy right after you pass that Bates Street on-ramp. The inbound ride greets you at Wilkinsburg. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel fuel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including International and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Planning a vacation can be fun, but don't get taken by service fees and processing fees. SWAC Vacations lets you book direct. SWAC owns its own properties. The price you see is the price you pay. Michael Bartley here. My friend Jeff is the owner of SWAC, and you can trust you're going to get the best deal possible. That means more money for your family trip to Myrtle Beach, a luxury lodge in Deep Creek, or that massive Outer Banks house with room for everyone. Book direct. Save at SWACvacations.com. That's SWACK vacations.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BLUE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BLUE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BLUE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
74 and overcast at 9 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Allegheny County Police are investigating an attempted murder-suicide in McKeesport. 911 was called about 12:30 a.m. about a shooting at a home in the 2300 block of Grandview Avenue. First responders found a woman and a man suffering from gunshot wounds inside. The woman was taken to a hospital in critical condition. 50-year-old Carlos Watts was pronounced dead on the scene. Detectives say preliminary information shows them that Watts shot the woman and then himself. The Allegheny County DA's office is deciding whether a Robinson Township police officer should face criminal charges. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has details in the newsroom.
Paul Officer Steve Pies is suspended with pay following a road rage incident on Forest Grove Road on July 2nd. Police would not confirm what happened, but sources told KDKA that Pies was off duty, followed the alleged victim to his workplace where things got physical. Sources say the victim needed medical treatment, but it is not clear how seriously they were hurt. County police investigated and turned over a report to the DA's office, though the office said it cannot comment on the status of an ongoing investigation. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A U.S. representative from our area wants to make it easier for consumers to cancel subscription services. With that story, News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
Congressman Chris DeLuzio says the so-called click-to-cancel bill would codify an FTC rule that had mandated easier cancellation procedures, a rule that was vacated by a district court. DeLuzio says he's heard stories that some people have even been told they had to send a cancellation request in by certified mail.
My bill is pretty straightforward. It tells these powerful companies it's got to be as easy for folks to cancel as it was for them to sign up.
Similar legislation at the state level received bipartisan support when it cleared the state house this summer. He expects the same on Capitol Hill, adding members of both parties are constantly hearing constituent complaints about how hard it can be to cancel. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
A state lawmaker has introduced legislation to prevent registered sex offenders from becoming parents through surrogacy. That's Butler County Representative Aaron Bernstein's bill, and he says he sponsored it to close a loophole.
Several days ago, I was notified that an individual had become a parent through surrogacy who has a previous track record and a conviction of sexual assault as it deals with children.
Bernstein's bill would also require a background check before anyone can enter into a surrogacy agreement. Thousands of people will soon be notified they've been selected for September's dress rehearsal at the new Pittsburgh International Terminal. Over 18,000 people expressed interest in the event, but only 2,000 to 2,500 are needed, and they are being notified by email. Those playing parts of passengers will test everything from signage to the baggage claim, and if all goes well, the grand opening will come shortly after. KDKA Sports, the trade deadline is tonight at 6. So far, Pittsburgh has traded Ke'Bryan Hayes to the Reds, Caleb Ferguson to the Mariners. The Bucks, in return, are getting a reliever and a couple of prospects in the deals. And the Steelers are practicing in an hour in St. Vincent College. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time is 9:03. It's 74 and overcast in Pittsburgh now. AAA traffic in the AccuWeather forecast next.
When it's cancer, life gets complicated. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team guides you through. Appointments, expert specialists, emotional support, done. Because at AHN, we see you. Visit ahn.org/cancer team. When it's cancer, AHN knows. Life takes a village. Cancer takes a team. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team gets you the support you need. An expert care plan, financial guidance, emotional support. Visit ahn.org/cancer team.
At Moses Jewelers, Tim Moses believes in the timeless beauty of pre-owned jewelry. Every piece tells a unique story, one of craftsmanship, history, and elegance passed through generations. When you choose a piece of pre-owned jewelry, you're embracing the art of upcycling, treasuring pieces that have stood the test of time. Explore the hand-selected collection of exquisite pre-owned jewelry at Moses Jewelers, where history and sustainability meet in every piece of their estate collection. Visit mosesjewelers.com. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic is powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble before the rain hits the city.
Oh, yeah, because, rain can always make things fun.
Well, at least it didn't happen during the morning rush.
Thank you. Yeah, at least we're kind of, easing out of what's happening for the normal delays. So we'll see what happens here. We'll keep an eye with the PennDOT cameras because we know the rain can make things a little more squirrely out there. Right now, the Parkway West is up to its usual tricks, backing right around the top of Green Tree Hill, headed for the Fort Pitt tunnels. And behind the Liberty tunnels, things are easing off. Just traffic light delays on Sawmill Run Boulevard and West Liberty Avenue there. 20 28 southbound, it's mostly heavy from the 31st Street Bridge down to the off-ramps for the North Shore or the north side there. Parkway East inbound is easing off, slowing between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today will turn out mostly cloudy. It'll be cooler but still humid with a couple of showers and a heavier thunderstorm mainly this afternoon, the high 78. Cloudy tonight, breezy and cooler with rain at times early, low 60. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, 74 degrees.
The Big K Morning Show brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning, Larry Richert with anchorman Paul Rasmussen. And trade deadline day for the Pirates and Major League Baseball. 6 o'clock is the witching hour. And joining us, John Parado, better known as Johnny Baseball, who's an expert. He's a member of the Baseball Writers Association of America and an annual Baseball Hall of Fame election guy. I'm not in there yet, but still working on that. John, good morning.
Good morning, Larry. We'll try to get you in someday.
Well, I don't know if I ever told you I played a little ball.
I'm not sure what your baseball credentials are, but we'll try to get you in anyway.
Well, I think the best credential I can come up with is that he does a wonderful Vin Scully.
Hi, this is Vin Scully, live from Shays Ravine, and Johnny Baseball is with us. So, I did play five-time All-Star second baseman, but all right, we'll save that for another day. So, the Pirates did make a couple of moves. Brian Hayes goes to Cincinnati, and Caleb Ferguson, a reliever, goes to Seattle. So, who do we get in exchange?
Well, in the trade for Brian Hayes to get salary relief more than anything. Honestly, Brian's a great defensive player, but he really became a millstone in that lineup, especially the last 2 years. He's hit a combined 6 home runs the last 2 years, and you need more than that, especially from one of your highest paid players. They got Taylor Rogers, a left-handed reliever who I don't really know if they need necessarily since they're out of the pennant race. So I would expect they will try to trade him before the deadline today and try to get another prospect. They got a shortstop prospect from the Reds who's their number 9 prospect, but he's in low A ball. He's a young guy. And from Seattle, they got another young guy, an 18-year-old pitcher who's also in low A ball. So, really nobody that'll help them right now, and they're hoping maybe down the road they will, but I don't think we'll see either of these guys for quite a while if we ever see them in the big leagues.
Well, John, they cleared some salary now. I mean, what were they paying Brian Hayes? Like $7-8 million a year. So do you expect them to make a deal that they'd be able to pay some of that back to someone who can actually bat?
I don't know if they'll do it at this trade deadline. They may wait and spend it in the off season on free agents. They do save $36 million with Hayes, so they should theoretically have money to play with. But you never know if the Buccos, they might just bank it. So I hope they use some of that money to upgrade their team in the off season, if not here today on the trading deadline.
And that said, after a horrendous start after the All-Star break, they turned it around quickly, and they then really the hottest team in baseball for the last 10 days.
Yeah, they really have been. It's interesting. Like you said, they stumbled into the All-Star break. They had a 1-8 road trip. Then they come home and got swept by the lowly White Sox in 3 games, and it looked like the season had totally fallen apart. And now they're hot again. They've won 8 out of 9, swept the Giants, and put a pretty big dent in the Giants' playoff hopes with that sweep here on earlier this week. So, yeah, they're playing a lot better. And I think ever since Don Kelly took over as manager in early May, they've certainly played a better brand of baseball. Even if they haven't won all the time, they certainly look better than they did early in the season when they got off to the 12-26 start and really played awful most of the time.
Well, John, if there is more activity today, if the Pirates are up to something, what players would you expect to see going?
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Mitch Keller and David Bednar have both been rumored in a lot of trades for the last few weeks. I get the feeling they were going to keep Mitch Keller. He has 3 years left on his contract, and it's, by baseball standards, not that expensive. He has $55 or $56 million left after this year on 3 years. Bednar is interesting. I mean, he's going to make a lot of money next year, probably $9 or $10 million in arbitration. I don't know if the Pirates want to pay a reliever that, but they also have to balance the fact that Bednar is such a popular player. He's a Western Pennsylvania. He went to Morris High School, and he's had a heck of a year. He's really had a bounce-back year after a really tough year last year, and he was so bad early this year, they sent him to the minor leagues for almost 3 weeks. So I think that's kind of a tricky situation. If they don't get what they want with Bednar, I think they'll keep him. But there are a lot of teams interested. The Tigers, the Dodgers. I know the Texas Rangers have scouted him heavily in recent weeks. So the Yankees have interest. So there's teams out there that want him. The Detroit Tigers. So I think what Ben Cherington, the general manager, is trying to do is get all these teams in a bidding war this morning and this afternoon, and hopefully, in his case, extract some decent talent from one of these teams.
We're with Johnny Baseball, John Parado. So curious, in your circles, what's the early scorecard for Don Kelly?
I think pretty good. I know they struggled there in that last road trip before the All-Star break, and I think people started to wonder. But I think he's done well. I mean, he took a team that was absolutely dreadful the first 6 or 7 weeks of the season, and he got them to play much better. I know they're still in last place, and they're going to finish in last place, but, I mean, he doesn't have that much talent to work with to really win a whole lot. But I think given the roster he has, he's done about as best as he can, and I know he's the players like him. You can tell they're playing harder for him. They're giving him more of an effort. The fans love him because he's a Western Pennsylvania guy, born in Butler, grew up in Mount Lebanon, and the media likes him because he actually tells us stuff, unlike his predecessor.
All right.
So one other question about the Pirates lineup for you, John, and that is Jack Sawinski was watching the game yesterday, and the question mark popped up for me. It must be some extraordinary circumstance that has him still with the team, right?
Yeah, that and a lack of talent throughout the organization is he's probably about the only team he'd be on in the major leagues with. And it's still so hard to believe that it was only 2 years ago that he hit 26 home runs. And I mean, you wonder what happened to the guy. Now he can't even get a hit, let alone hit a home run. And it's just really, really bizarre how his career has gone south so quickly, especially for a guy who's still relatively young.
Well, we'll see what happens between now and 6 p.m. John, always appreciate your input. Thank you, brother.
Oh, my pleasure, Larry. Thanks for having me.
The great John Parado, Johnny Baseball.
And where do we find Johnny Baseball's work?
Well, he's a contributor on a lot of levels. Just search him up, John Parado, and it'll pop right up, and you can check out his work because he's been with the Beaver County Times over the years. DK Sports, Baseball Now, very experienced, and actually a really great guy.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
With all the heavy rains and thunderstorm activity we've had so far, and now a heat wave, JP Roofing and Siding is ready for you if you need repairs or total roof replacement. Yes, Joe Potocznik in his 44th season knows something with Owens Corning Preferred Contractor MVP, Service and Product Excellence Awards. Bottom line is, you want the best work possible for the best price. Call for a free estimate. JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Thank you, Joe.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
9:15 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
All right. Well, the good news is finally this Parkway West, very pesky with delays that are heavy this morning, is backing off just a bit anyway. If you're making the inbound ride toward town, you just get in line now at the Parkway Center Mall area. That on-ramp and overpass areas where you'll line up for the brake lights heading into the Fort Pitt tunnels outbound toward the airport. Things are easing up through the I-79 interchange. So the trek toward the western suburbs or Pittsburgh International getting better for you there. 28 southbound still a little bit slow for you between the 40th and 31st Street bridges, and then down past the off-ramps for East Ohio Street or the North Shore Expressway. Parkway East inbound lines up at Wilkinsburg, Edgewood, Swissvale, and then the outbound ride is now solid at the Bates Street on-ramp. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And AccuWeather says we are going to get that rain. In fact, it's very close. And looking at the radar, it's already in Newcastle if you look to the north, but it's a line that stretches from the northeast to the southwest. So there's a couple of showers popping up just to the west of Wheeling, so it's on its way. Everybody's going to see some rain. Hopefully it's not heavy downpours, but there are some thunderstorms embedded. And we're at 74, still very muggy now, but a beautiful weekend weather-wise ahead.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Man, I love this. It's Marty. Good paying jobs, not just any jobs, jobs that can support your family, great benefits, opportunities for advancement. This is the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, representing construction workers and public sector employees, over 500,000 strong. I love them. Phil Amaris leads this great union. He's one of my boys. He's one of my favorite people on earth. I'm serious. Pennsylvania Laborers District Council. Check them out. LaborPA.org. They're powerful. I'm telling you, I love them.
When it comes to a weekend warrior home project, I have tackled more than my fair share. But looking at my all-brick home and seeing loose and worn mortar joints, I knew I'd be in over my head. The thought of finding the right company for such an important project to preserve my home for years to come was daunting. Then I heard an ad for Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry restoration company that did not require a down payment and guaranteed the quality of their work. Who does that nowadays? Well, they do. Precision Pointing for the win. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
9:18 News Radio KDKA from the Goldberg Persky and White News Desk. Let's check in with Paul Rasmussen.
Controversy about gender-affirming care has arrived here with subpoenas for UPMC. Details on that story at 9:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
Brighten up your morning with Larry Richard in the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Coming up in October, it will be our 12th Hometown Heroes event, and proud to be a part of it. Have met some amazing people, and if you know someone in your community who's doing something extraordinary without looking anything for themselves in the past year, we want to know about it. Nominate them at kdkradio.com And we will honor them and our hometown heroes October 15th, the Rivers Casino. Every Thursday, we check in with Pittsburgh Magazine's Christy Graber, the food editor, and you can see Christy on our live stream, KDKRadio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company, and our new KDK Radio YouTube page. Christy, good morning.
Good morning, Larry. How are you?
I'm good. So big news this week, the inaugural class of inductees for Pittsburgh's Walk of Fame. Before we walk down the list, let's talk about where this will be in our Strip District.
So these will be large bronze markers that will be embedded in the lower sidewalk at the Strip District Terminal on Smallman Street, and that stretches between 16th and 21st Streets. And one of the inductees, Michael Keaton, will appear at the ribbon cutting and induction ceremony at 10:30 a.m. on October 20th. So absolutely, I want to see Beetlejuice in Pittsburgh in July or in August or October. That would be great.
Or Batman.
Batman, yeah. So
who are the others on the list?
Well, jazz artist George Benson will send pre-recorded remarks to that October event. And other inductees include August Wilson, Rachel Carson, Nellie Bly, Dr. Jonas Salk, Fred Rogers, Andrew Carnegie. So, check out our story. And there's going to be 10 new inductees added every year. So if your favorite didn't make the list this year, check back next year.
As you knew, as soon as they announced the list, there would be, hey, where's this name, that name?
Right.
So,
that's how it goes.
But that's all part of it. And the woman behind this is somebody you know very well.
I don't have that written down.
Nancy.
So Nancy, yeah.
Remember David Johnson, the anchor man who recently retired from WPXI? His wife, Nancy, is very passionate and behind this. So, yeah, check that out. The Walk of Fame inductees. So, Hollywood, eat your heart out.
Yeah.
All right.
And speaking of true love.
Yes.
So if you want to get married on the Duquesne Incline, a North for Sales couple just did so in January. So they professed their love 400 feet above the ground. So Kate Shemek and Anthony Swiderski exchanged their vows overlooking the Pittsburgh skyline, and such nuptials are rare. They were told that the incline attendant said theirs was the first incline ceremony in recent memory. So try it out. It's like a nice Pittsburgh thing. I'm surprised more people haven't done it.
You know what's amazing? I think mostly tourists take the incline. I'm sure there are some people that use it if they live in Mount Washington to go down to the city if they work downtown.
Yeah.
However,
it's fun to ride every now and then.
Yeah, I'm guessing, though, a lot of people, even if you were born here, probably haven't ridden the incline unless you had visitors from out of town come in and say, let's ride the incline.
I'm pretty sure that's the only time I've ever ridden the incline is with people just visiting. So I need to do it. Maybe I'll do it today. Just take a little ride.
And still another craft brew spot in the region.
Yeah, no, this is like, I love beer. So this is a story I've been following since 2017. There's a former Nike Missile Command Center in Collier Township. It was constructed in 1957 on one of the highest points in Allegheny County. It is 55,000 square feet. And it operated as a Nike base from 1960 to 1972. And pretty soon it's going to be a grist house brewery. They will have a 30-barrel brewing system, a full kitchen, 4 bars, each with 24 taps, indoor seating for 140, 3 dog-friendly decks for an additional 300 patrons, private event spaces, and a bunch of memorabilia left over from the site. And if you were a service member during that time and you want to share some memories or memorabilia, they would love to hear from you. So it should be opening by the end of the summer. That's still pretty nebulous, but around that time. So pretty soon. It's been a long time coming.
And you know what's crazy? So when I grew up in the North Hills, McCandless, I was born in Millville. Then when I was 3, my dad got a job way out in Wexford. So I lived less than a quarter of a mile from another one of those Nike missile sites.
It's 13 around Pittsburgh, yeah.
And you're right. That's kind of a cool story because when we were kids, there were troops that would go in and out of there. And it was during the Cold War, they had these Nike missiles, which were supposed to be able, I guess, shoot down nuclear weapons. But growing up close to that, I've never heard of any of them being anything but old Nike sites, so this is kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's really amazing what they've done. I mean, they've spent, this was pre-COVID when they started, so they've had a lot of time, and they redid their Millvale spot too, so that's not going anywhere. But they're going to be brewing a lot more beer. So,
all right, read all about it. Pittsburgh Magazine. Christy Graver, thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great weekend ahead. Speaking of which, talking to Lucas Pyatt, who is one of those visionaries. He's doing the new Esplanade, 15 acres next to Rivers Casino, and it's going to be spectacular. So he's getting ready to roll. But he has done this nonprofit actually raising money for MCG Youth, an affiliate of the Manchester Craftsman Guild, which is what a treasure and resource here. It is the Rock, Reggae, and Relief this Saturday at Stage AE with Damon Marley, yes, the son of the great late Bob Marley, Stephen Marley, Jay Boog, Roots of Creation, and more. Gates start opening at 2. They've got Good Vibes Chillville, all part of it at Stage AE. And again, proceeds will benefit MCG Youth, part of Manchester Craftsman Guild. So if you get a chance, I texted Lucas. I said, you have hit the weather jackpot because Saturday's high, 78 and sunny. No rain, he said. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. Ellen, what's going on?
I like that no rain pronouncement. Thank you. We do appreciate that. So what's going on in traffic is, Larry, we're getting reports of some wires down in Cruiser headed to the scene in Sewickley Borough. This is on Elizabeth Street between Little and Grimes Streets. So do watch out for the slowdowns there. The construction on the outbound Parkway East typically causes heavy delays this time of the day, and certainly living up to that 376 eastbound or outbound approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels has 1.5 miles of backups for you as you try to snake through that single lane traffic pattern. On the inbound ride, you're slow at Edgewood Swissvale. Parkway West inbound has eased off, just backing at the runaway truck sand pile. And 28 southbound is heavy at times between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Hey everybody, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. 90th anniversaries are super special. That's why AARP Pennsylvania is celebrating 90 years for Social Security. And they're doing it with ice cream. Now, there are 3 events in the greater Pittsburgh area where you can join in the fun, but registration is required to get your favorite scoop of your favorite ice cream, and you'll learn more about AARP and the fight to strengthen and protect Social Security. You can register at aarp.org/local.
Okay, I have a big and different question for you to answer. How would you feel if others called you the biggest loser that they knew and they meant it as a compliment? Yes, a compliment. Why is being the biggest loser a good thing? Because 10, 20, 40 40, 60, 100 pounds are off your body. You're moving better, looking better, doing things that you haven't been able to do for a long time. I'm Dr. Shufo at the Weight Loss and Wellness Center, and that's exactly what we can make you. The Biggest Loser. We'll eliminate why you can't and only why you can. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
74 and overcast at 9:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Allegheny County Police are investigating an attempted murder-suicide in McKeesport. 911 was called around 12:30 a.m. about a shooting at a home in the 2300 block of Grandview Avenue. First responders found a woman and a man suffering from gunshot wounds. The woman was taken to a hospital in critical condition, and 50-year-old Carlos Watts was pronounced dead on the scene. Detectives say preliminary information shows Watts shot the woman and then himself. The Justice Department has subpoenaed UPMC for information on gender-affirming care for children. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has more from the newsroom.
Earlier this month, the Department of Justice announced it sent more than 20 subpoenas to doctors and clinics involved in performing transgender medical procedures on children. And in our area, that included UPMC. The department did not define transgender medical procedures, but said the investigations were targeting healthcare fraud, false statements, and more. In a statement emailed to KDKA Radio, health system officials said, quote, as we continue to monitor any executive branch memos, directives, subpoenas, and other guidance from the Trump administration, these actions have made it abundantly clear that our clinicians can no longer provide certain types of gender-affirming care without risk of criminal prosecution, end quote. UPMC did not provide any additional information on the subpoena. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The owner of Pittsburgh Mills, known for pothole-filled parking lots and neglected landscaping, has been hit with more than $1.8 million in fines. A judge handed down the penalties earlier this month after an attorney for Namdar Realty Group pleaded guilty to 36 citations. Fraser Township issued those citations back in April and May. On Wall Street at the open, the Dow is up 12 points at 44,496. The Nasdaq is up 273 points, and the S&P is up 43. KDKA Radio News Time 9:31. Our next update at 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned. Get 1 free plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. They win for you. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet. 9:35 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. Ellen Gamble, what do you see?
What do we see? Well, 28 is still very heavy, Larry. If you're coming southbound, you're backing up between the 40th and 31st Street bridges, approaching those off-ramps either to the North Shore or North Side. Up in Fox Chapel, heads up, we have an accident being cleared from Hemlock Hollow Road at the intersection with Field Club Road. Parkway West inbound is slowing for you right around the on-ramp from Parkway Center between there and the runaway truck sand piles, where you really find the bumper-to-bumper heading into the Fort Pitt tunnels right now. Inbound on the Parkway East, you line up at Edgewood Swissvale. It's the outbound that's ugly. As you try to head through the construction zone at the Squirrel Hill tunnels, that single-lane traffic pattern is backing you up to right around that Bates Street on-ramp. So about a mile and a half of delays before you get to and through the Squirrel Hill tunnels on the eastbound ride. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today will turn out mostly cloudy. It'll be cooler but still humid with a couple of showers and a heavier thunderstorm, mainly this afternoon, the high 78. Cloudy tonight, breezy and cooler with rain at times early, low 60. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, we're up to 77 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hey, it's a Thursday. We're inching through the week. We're going to get there, I promise. And the temperatures are going to go down a little bit. There's a lot happening on the show. Can't wait to talk to you. 2 to 6 today, right here, KDK.
And 10 until 2. Marty Griffin takes the air chair. We'll check in with him in a few minutes. Meanwhile, waiting for the rain. So it is going to rain, but the promise of that nicer weekend ahead. Maybe the best weather weekend of the summer, Paul.
Well, when you've got a high of 78 on Saturday, 83 on Sunday, sunny, and a nice day for outdoor activities is on one of these lines. A beautiful start to the weekend. Yes, thank you very much. Well, perfect timing.
All right, we've got some new numbers in before we get to that, and this is about inflation. But first, what about the tariffs? Those are important, too, because tomorrow starts a brand new month. There are some witching hours. CBS's Jared Hill.
South Korea is the latest country to make a trade deal with the U.S. President Donald Trump posted online that South Korean imports will be taxed at 15%, adding Seoul will invest $350 billion in the U.S. and purchase $100 billion in energy products.
Money is going to pour into the United States like we've never seen before.
The president is promising to raise tariffs on most international goods this Friday. He's announced 25% tariffs on goods from India and has signed an executive order for 50% tariffs on Brazilian products.
Critics said that our tariffs would hurt the economy, but the data shows the exact opposite.
But Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has cited tariff impacts for the Fed's decision to hold interest rates steady for a 7th straight month.
Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen.
CBS's Jared Hill.
So let's talk about that first. The inflationary number, the Federal Reserve's inflation gauge actually ticked a bit higher in this morning's report. Let's see, prices up 2.6% in June compared to a year ago. And so that's up from the 2.4% in May. So the increase of 0.2% there. If you take volatile food and energy categories out, prices were actually up 2.8% in the past year. So these figures are above, Larry, the 2% goal that the Fed wants to see. If it continued to go down, if it's like 2.4 to 2.3 or 2.2, that might be speeding along. But the truth is, regardless of where that number is right now, the Fed is waiting to see what happens with these tariffs. And Jill Schlesinger with CBS, their business analyst, says that most of the countries, when this deadline sets in tomorrow, will likely find themselves with a 15% tariff rate.
If this really holds across all of these trading partners, this would be the highest tariff rate since the 1930s. So it is still significant. Hasn't really worked its way into the economy just yet.
And what about that? How long will we be waiting to see what effect it has had?
It often takes 6 to 12 months for the impact of tariffs to kind of wind their way through the economy. I think what we are seeing is people are nervous that prices will be rising. They understand tariffs are paid by the importing country, not by anyone else, and that's likely to make prices go up.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple math. At some point, they're going to pass on the cost to the consumers, but we'll see how it all shakes out. And to Jill's point, it might take a full year to know. Once all the deals are done, let it settle in for a year, and then we'll see. And guess what's next year? The midterms.
Yes. Now, one other observation to make about these tariffs is last month, the Treasury had, I think, close to a $30 billion surplus due to the fact that the tariff revenue was flooding in. Now, the other side of that is a 15% tariff might motivate countries to do more producing in the United States as well.
Well, that's part of what the motive is, according to the president, was to get more people to stay here with their manufacturing and jobs.
And here's a great example. Let's break this down this way, Larry. Let's talk about the Nissan Rogue. The Rogue is built in both the United States and Japan. You can tell where yours was built by looking at the VIN number. I didn't know this. It's just kind of a little sidebar. But how many more American-made Rogues will be sold now as a result of this 15% tariff? That's just one example that I could come up with. And will Nissan increase production here and just kind of keep the others behind back in Japan?
A lot to sort through, and that said, the Fed did not raise or lower. They were anticipated to stay the same, and guess what? They did.
Yeah, and it's all because of what Jill is saying. It's going to take 6 to 12 months before we find out what the real impact is.
All right. You know what I want to talk to Marty about? He posted a video yesterday of a gentleman working on his refrigerator in the kitchen. And his wife, Christine, was helping bail out a bunch of ice cubes. Apparently, he bought a relatively new refrigerator.
Oh, this is at Marty's house.
Yes.
Okay.
And was pointing out the fact that it was almost impossible to get any help from the manufacturer, even though he has a warranty.
Oh, I've seen stories about this, and people buying these wonderful new refrigerators, and they fail so quickly.
And are they made to do that to some degree?
I sure hope not. But
I had an incident where, not unlike Marty's, where it was a problem with the ice maker. They had me on the phone, and they make it so challenging to get help. So I'm on the phone. I finally got to a gentleman who had a thick accent, and it was very difficult to understand. And they would ship me an ice maker and wanted me to replace it myself first. That was their first line. And this is under warranty because it was a relatively new refrigerator.
So the part was free, but you did the labor.
And you know what? I did it. I actually got a neighbor Pete, who's that guy in the neighborhood who's got every tool humanly possible, right? And I got Pete. I said, hey, Pete, this says, and they sent you a link to a video. I had to have the refrigerator under warranty. And, of course, I had to give Pete something, right? I couldn't just say, hey, Pete. So I'm anxious to talk to Marty about it because it's frustrating.
You know, what I do, too, Larry, is very much what you did. When I have something to do around the house and I've never done it before, I go to YouTube.
Right.
You can't believe the number of people who will put up an explanation video to help you walk you through what you need to do or what parts you need and the right tools to use. I don't have any idea about any of that.
Either that or call your neighbor who's like Pete that does that stuff.
Exactly.
Hey, Pete. Well, I'm going to talk to Marty about his fridge.
I wonder what the status of the fridge, the ice maker situation is.
The drama continues. We'll ask Marty coming up.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Contemplating retirement but worried you can't afford it because of high healthcare insurance costs? Dina Schmidt and her team at One Health Benefits will guide you on what's best for your retirement healthcare needs. One Health Benefits has been providing customized health benefit choices to retirees for over 2 decades. You'll probably be pleasantly surprised about the affordable options from One Health Benefits. Call today, 724-799-8873, or learn more at onehealthbenefits.com.
Join the Allegheny Parks this summer for the 2025 Summer Concert Series. Each weekend, you'll have a chance to enjoy live music on Fridays at South Park Amphitheater and on Sundays at Heartwood Acres Amphitheater. Each concert is free and starts at 7:30 p.m. Local food trucks, craft beer, and wine will be on site at all concerts starting at 6 p.m. For the full lineup, visit AlleghenyCounty.us/summer. That's AlleghenyCounty.us/summer.
945 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. Back to Ellen.
All right. Thank you, sir. And we do have crews clearing an accident in Fox Chapel. Heads up on Hemlock Hollow Road at the intersection with Field Club Road. Trying to travel 28 is getting heavy now on the outbound ride, and this is as you come from the ramps, underneath the ramps at 579 and 279, and you're on that on-ramp area near the Sarah Hines house, and then heading out toward the 31st Street Bridge. Very slow go for you there. Also sluggish on the inbound side as well, beginning at the 31st, approaching the off-ramps for the north side or North Shore. Parkway West inbound is backing at the Parkway Center Mall overpass. You're lining up at Edgewood Swissvale on the inbound Parkway East ahead of the Squirrel Hill tunnels, but the outbound ride is the worst. 1.5 miles of delays greeting you at the Bates Street on-ramp before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
As we age, our liver, which is essential for metabolism, digestion, immunity, and detoxification, needs extra support and protection. That's where Active Liver from New Nordic comes in. With Active Liver, you're giving your body an essential daily defense against toxins from alcohol, fatty foods, and sweets. Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
You're at the pharmacy counter. You plan to head for vacation, but insurance says it's too soon to refill. The copay's higher than last time, again. And now they need a prior authorization, so you wait and wait for something you needed today. At Blueberry Pharmacy, we cut all that out. No insurance games, no delays, just upfront pricing, fast delivery to Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, and Florida, and real people who actually help, like me. Call or text 412-612-2279 or visit blueberrypharmacy.com and breathe easy again.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White News Desk.
These companies make it really easy to sign up, and they make you jump through all kind of hoops just to get out of a subscription that you're tired of. And you get stuck paying for it because sometimes people just give up because the process is too tough.
U.S. Representative Chris DeLuzio from our area, who has introduced a bill to make it easy to cancel subscriptions, at least as easy as it is to sign up for one.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are saying, go, Chris, get it done.
3 days of excessive heat behind us now. Showers and heavy thunderstorms possible in today's forecast.
There's an area of rain and thunderstorms right now that's moving east. I wouldn't be surprised if that rain and thunderstorm activity actually gets here by about 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar just right now, just to the east. In the north, already raining in Newcastle, so it'll be a little while yet, but it's coming.
And as a result of this weather, the Steelers moved up today's practice to 10 a.m. at St. Vincent College. The gates were opened up more than an hour ago, Larry.
Yeah, and who said they were doing brisk business again today?
Yes, sir. And the Pirates, are they going to make more trades before tonight's 6 p.m. deadline?
And the clock is ticking. All right, thank you, Paul. And coming up, Marty Griffin. Get Marty. Marty, what's the status of your refrigerator? I saw the video.
Did you see that 75,000 people were hacked off at LG? You know what he calls it? I'm going to tell you what repairmen call LG. Don't buy LG, folks. Don't do it. Don't.
Well, LG stands for Life is Good. That's where they got the acronym.
Mm-hmm.
And you bought this refrigerator and it froze up.
6 months ago.
And it froze up.
We're 8 days in. No repairman at our house from LG. And Larry, I don't really care what language you speak when I call you, but you need to speak English. All of their operators are in the Philippines. They can't understand us trying to get our refrigerator fixed. We got to start doing this in America. I'm not trying to be a jerk here. I asked the young lady, nice woman, I said, with all due respect to you, I need to speak to someone who speaks English that I can understand.
And what'd she say?
We don't have them. We don't have them. We need to start saying, I will not buy a product if your customer service folks don't work and live in America. I'm serious. I'm not going all Trump on everyone, but at some point, okay, let me tell you this. If something happens to my car, I call Bowser. Anyone calls Bowser. What do, Larry? They act immediately. What do you do if you call LG? They give you the proverbial middle finger. It's a horrible way to treat customers.
I called. I had under warranty, ice maker inoperable. Took me forever to get a human being, and when I did, it was someone that spoke broken English. They ended up, their solution was, we'll ship you an ice maker and you replace it yourself.
Larry, I had the same ice maker. Sent it back once. They fixed it once. It broke 2 more times in a year. I had to bring in my man Brian off the street to fix it on his own. Junk. More overseas operators. Oh.
What do you think of Chris DeLuzio's idea about this unsubscribe thing where you have to make it as easy to unsubscribe to stuff as you do?
I could care less.
When you get sucked in.
If I can't speak to someone in America, I'm not buying the crap anymore. Hey, real quick, look at the video I just sent you. Real quick, Larry, on your cell phone.
All right.
I need you to tell me something.
Okay.
You watching it?
Hang on 1 second. Bringing it up.
It was a hockey mom.
Oh.
Charged Larry with assault. Now, this happened when? Last week, Patrick? Larry, did she assault that ref? Now, I'm not suggesting that I support moms and dads who get angry.
All right, she went down out of the stands, went to where they were opening the gate for her son who was ejected for blindsiding a player. And then the ref pushes her from getting onto the ice. Then she starts kicking at him.
Yeah. Does she actually hit him?
It looks like she does hit him on it.
Now has she been charged? She's been charged with assault. We're going to talk to some lawyers. The videos right now, we just posted on social.
Phil's her rep.
Philly D.
Philly D's rep.
We're going to talk to Philly D live. Did she assault that guy? Did she? But you also know why people don't want to referee games anymore, right? I have friends that say, to hell with it, I won't do it.
Well, the referee opens the door.
He does.
The kid goes off the ice, and she holds the door so the door can't be closed, and then he pushes at her.
He does. He actually makes physical contact. We could argue that he assaulted her, right? I don't know. I ain't no judge.
This is silly stuff, though. I mean, it's serious in the sense that it shouldn't come to this,
right?
But that's the world we live in. But
and regarding the appliance, I had to go to one of my boys and get him, who runs a company, to fix it against the rules of LG, because those jagoffs, and I mean that in the nicest way, will never send someone to my house. Watch the video live. I had to go outside of their stupid, idiotic rules and their operators in the Philippines and get it done on my own, even though they don't allow that.
I called DirecTV this a couple of years ago, and had a woman had trouble speaking English, and I said, do you mind if I ask? I wasn't rude to her. I said, where are you? I could hear chickens clucking in the background. I'm not kidding. She said, in the Philippines. And I said, am I hearing chickens? She started giggling. She was working remotely at home on her farm. And that's who
in the Philippines.
And that's who's helping you with your direct television.
Like I said. And the woman hung up on me because I said, you have idiots working at that company. She said, you're not allowed to use profanity with us. Click.
Yeah.
8 days in.
Marty.
8 days in, Larry.
Do
not buy LG.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. Here is the very clear, understandable Ellen Gamble.
On a good day when I'm caffeinated. Yes. All right. So let's talk about what's clearly a traffic tie-up for you guys in Oakland, thanks to the tipster who gave us a buzz and let us know that where traffic goes from 3 lanes down to 1 on the main drag there, 5th Avenue, you have very heavy traffic. So after you pass Bigelow Boulevard is where you get in line, and traffic is very slow. Go all the way down to the intersection with Halkett Street on 5th Avenue, coming through the heart of Oakland there because of that construction zone lane pinch. So please do leave extra travel time as you head there. Accidents still being cleared from Fox Chapel, Hemlock Hollow Road at Field Club Road. No accidents on 28, but you have very heavy traffic in both directions between the 31st Street Bridge and the overpasses by I-279 and 579. Outbound Parkway East has delays that greet you at the Bates Street on-ramp. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 10:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Soldiers and Sailors Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Krause.
Army First Lieutenant Alfred Gentile of Allegheny and Butler County was awarded the Silver Star Medal in Vietnam for gallantry on 19 April 1968. On this date, Lieutenant Gentile moved his company to reinforce the battalion, which was in contact with the enemy. As his unit was moving up, North Vietnamese Vietnamese soldiers in fortified positions began placing heavy fire on the company. Disregarding his own personal safety, Lieutenant Gentile exposed himself to enemy fire as he moved to direct the fire against them. Undaunted by the fierce fighting, Lieutenant Gentile continued to deploy his men, even as grenades were landing around him. He refused to move from his forward position until the entire company had withdrawn for the night. His calm and deliberate actions in the face of a determined enemy were an inspiration to his men.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. For more information, visit soldiersandsailorshall.org.
What does a teddy bear dream of? A teddy bear dreams of a best friend that tucks them in at night and wakes them up in the morning, who they share laughs and very secret secrets with. A best friend who they grow up with. What teddy bears don't dream of is being left alone, outside in the rain, in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
75 and overcast. At 10 o'clock, I'm Paul Rasmussen. Allegheny County Police are investigating an attempted murder-suicide in McKeesport. 911 was called about 12:30 a.m. about a shooting at a home in the 2300 block of Grandview Avenue. First responders found a woman and a man suffering from gunshot wounds. The woman was taken to a hospital in critical condition. 50-year-old Carlos Watts was pronounced dead on the scene. Detectives say preliminary information shows Watts shot the woman and then himself. A Delta Airlines A330 made an emergency landing in Minneapolis-St. Paul last night after dozens of passengers were injured by significant turbulence. Flight 56 from Salt Lake City to Amsterdam landed safely at MSP around 7:45 p.m. Delta says 25 passengers were taken to hospitals for evaluation and treatment. New this hour, a study by the University of Pittsburgh finds popular artificial sweetener may interfere with certain cancer treatments. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado reports.
The study published today in Cancer Discovery finds that patients with melanoma and certain types of lung cancer had a worse response to immunotherapy if they used sugar substitutes, specifically sucralose, the one in yellow packets. Dr. Abby Overacre says even small amounts reduce the number of types of gut bacteria.
Even the equivalent of, what you would think maybe 2 or 3 packets a day, those patients were shown to not do as well.
But Overacre says they did find the readily available amino acid arginine seemed to help mitigate the effects of the sweetener in mice, which could now be tested on humans. She says something as simple as that could help patients who don't want to give up their favorite diet pop. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Pennsylvania's flood warning system has been upgraded through a partnership with Penn State. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has the story.
Randy Padfield, director of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, says iFlow's 2.0 weather sensors were deployed at locations across the Commonwealth to improve public safety during flash flooding emergencies, with most being placed on school properties.
With studies showing an increase in the number of heavy rain events in the Northeast United States and year after year flash flooding creating highly localized flash flood disasters to communities all across PA, these sensors are critical to public safety.
Padfield said the enhancement of the iFlows will provide emergency managers and forecasters advanced notification for conditions that may lead to flooding or other natural disasters, giving the public extra time to take safe action. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The Federal Reserve preferred inflation gauge ticked higher last month. Prices rose 2.6% in June compared with a year ago. Today's Commerce Department report says that's up from 2.4% in May. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, prices actually were up about 2.8% compared with last year. Right now on Wall Street, the Dow is up 141 points at 44,603. The NASDAQ up 267 points. Now the S&P is up 54. KDKA Sports, the trade deadline is tonight at 6 so far. Pittsburgh has traded Key Brian Hayes to the Reds and Caleb Ferguson to the Mariners. The Bucks are getting a reliever and 2 prospects in those 2 deals. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:03. 75 and mostly cloudy in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. You want a new physical therapy experience? You want a treatment plan centered on you? Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, is spelled different, because they are different. Monroeville Physical has new technology and an expert staff to give you a personalized experience to get you back to loving your life. Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200. They help me dramatically love physical. Check it out. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic, powered by Bowser, Ellen Gamble. What's up?
All right, Marty, what's up is construction in Oakland, where 3 lanes are funneling down to 1 on the main drag there on 5th Avenue. Very congested traffic for you coming through that main area. Of course, all the buses are there, too, so it's very heavy. Just after Bigelow Boulevard, all the way down to the intersection with Halkett Street. Leave extra travel time there. Getting outbound on the Parkway East, away from the Oakland exit, the on-ramp that comes up from the Boulevard of the Allies, Bates Street, 2nd Avenue. You're getting in line there at the Bates Street on-ramp, and you're in stop-and-go traffic for a mile and a half before the Squirrel Hill tunnels there. Construction on northbound 28 means you're very slow from the 579-279 overpass area up to the 31st Street Bridge. And an accident in the final stages of clearing in Fox Chapel, Hemlock Hollow Road at Field Club Road. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be humid the rest of today with clouds winning out, followed by a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm this afternoon, high 78. Cloudy, breezy, and cooler tonight with some rain early, low 60. For tomorrow, clouds give way to some sunshine with a refreshing breeze and low humidity, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
It's the Big K, Big 3.
Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health. The biggest 3 stories of the day on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
In the last 7-8 days, I've been on the phone with 13 overseas operators working with LG, Life's Garbage, according to the repairman, to try to get my refrigerator fixed. All of them in the Philippines, none of them can speak proper English, With all due respect to them and the fact that they're trying to make a living, I get it. They suck. I got to ask my friend, my new best friend, Grok, AI. Hey, Grok, good morning. How are you? Hey, Grok, good morning. That's the first time I've seen this, Patrick. It's busy. It says we're busy. Come back later. Try again. That's even the artificial intelligence app is busy. 13 times I called LG for an appliance in our house that's 6 months old. What's my point? We work our asses off as Americans. We just do. 1 job, 2 jobs, weekends, nights. We buy nice stuff, and LG has a shiny product, kind of slick. And it's fairly priced, and everyone sells it. And they have big promises about guarantees and warranties and service, and it sucks. And then when you try to get help, you call a number, and you're immediately on the phone with someone who can't speak English in the Philippines. I would suggest that we do this. We decide as Americans, that we will not buy a product if the service people aren't in America. I asked the operator in the Philippines if she would transfer me to someone that speaks English in America. She said no. I'm not the only one. Millions of Americans can't get answers from folks who can't speak English in India, in Mexico, in the Philippines, and who the hell knows where, as they try to get their lives in order and get something friggin' fixed. Listen to this woman, and I got to tell you, she's spot on. Listen.
Dear Donald Trump, please bring call centers back to America. Can we please make customer service great again? I spend all day long cleaning up insurance messes. And I love a great accent as much as the next person. I really do. I love all of the beautiful voices and sounds from around the world. But for love or money, if I have to talk to somebody from India for 5 hours again to clean up an insurance mess that Blue Cross Blue Shield caused, I'm going to go insane. I can't take it anymore. They can't understand me. I can't understand them. Like, I don't have a problem with anybody. I just can't understand on the phone what they're saying, and they can't understand what I'm saying, and I just can't do it anymore. I can't do 5 hours of insurance calls every day trying to take care of our daughter, and we just can't understand each other. Please bring call centers back. Just bring them back. Please. Love you.
Love you. Love you. Love you. She nailed it, man. We got to say enough is enough. When you buy a product, before you sign on the dotted line, go to their website and look for the number for customer service. Seriously. Before you agree to purchase it, call customer service. If you get some chat box, and they suck too, or if you get someone who doesn't speak English coherently, these idiots saying I'm being unfair and ableist, going after folks with foreign accents, go to hell. I don't care what your accent is, if you can speak English. But when you're trying to tell me how to fix a refrigerator that we're now 8 days into that's frozen shut, I'm hacked off. And I want to speak to someone who's actually American, in America, that knows what they're doing. For instance, go to Apple. They fix your stuff. They know what they're talking about. They really do. It might be more expensive, but they know what the hell they're doing. I dare you to try to call LG, Life's Garbage, what repairmen call it, and get your stuff fixed. I had to go around LG, break their own rules because they won't allow anyone to fix their stuff, even though they have no one to fix their stuff. And I had to go around and get a repairman to our house that I had to beg. And you know what he calls LG? And this guy is the pro, the best ever. You know what he calls them? Life's Garbage. We're going to talk to that repairman next live. We got to get to a point where we say, to hell with this, unless I speak to someone who speaks in coherent English, I will not buy that product. How about that?
Hey everybody, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. You know, 90th anniversaries are super special. That's why AARP Pennsylvania is celebrating 90 years for Social Security. And they're doing it with ice cream. Now, there are 3 events in the greater Pittsburgh area where you can join in the fun. But registration is required to get your favorite scoop of your favorite ice cream. And you'll learn more about AARP and the fight to strengthen and protect Social Security. You can register at aarp.org/local.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
All right, Marty, so we do have a couple of slowdowns for you around the late morning commute, we'll call it that. In Oakland, boy, construction zone lane restrictions on 5th Avenue really gear up to create congested traffic for you. And right now, as you're trying to head down through the main drag there in a passenger car, for example, you're competing with the other vehicles and the buses for the one lane that funnels down from 3 to 1. So very slow from Bigelow Boulevard all the way down to Halkett Street. Plan accordingly for that. You'll want to plan for some extra time around the outbound Parkway East. If you're traveling there, 376 eastbound toward the Squirrel Hill Tunnels stacks for about a mile and a half before the single lane traffic pattern out toward the Commercial Street Bridge. 28 northbound has some construction and it's slow right now from the ramps at 579 and 279 up toward the 31st Street Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to the Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This summer, try the new Strato Frappuccino blended beverage at Starbucks. It's the classic blended iced coffee you know and love, now topped with a creamy layer of handcrafted brown sugar cold foam. Available for a limited time. Your Strato Frappuccino is ready at Starbucks.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Having a tough time paying your bills? Learn how to reduce your credit card debt to a fraction of what you owe. Call the Debt Helpline now for free advice. 800-329-9912. 800-329-9912.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
The best breakfast, the best French toast I've ever had in my life. And that's a long life. The thick cut French toast, cinnamon bread, bananas, strawberries. Whoo! Oakmont Bakery. Unbelievable breakfast. Plus, the breakfast sandwiches are absolutely insanely good. Open 7 days, 6 a.m. Delicious.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to NordicuSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
NASCO Roofing has done work on everyone in my family's house. My sister, my brother, our house. They have done work on every single one of their homes and my home, and unbelievable work. Lifetime guarantee, amazing work ethic, amazing pricing. NASCO Roofing, NASCO, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000.
Over 65 and still on your employer's health insurance? Not sure what's best for you to do? Dina Schmidt and her team of professionals from One Health Benefits provide excellent advice on the best options for your needs. One Health Benefits has been providing people with customized health benefit choices for over 2 decades. You only know what you know, so let Dina and the One Health Benefits experts help you with what they know. Call One Health Benefits today, 724-799-8873. Learn more at onehealthbenefits.com.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want, as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself. That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT03. That's promo code PITT03 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Contemplating retirement but worried you can't afford it because of high healthcare insurance costs? Dina Schmidt and her team at One Health Benefits will guide you on what's best for your retirement healthcare needs. One Health Benefits has been providing customized health benefit choices to retirees for over 2 decades. You'll probably be pleasantly surprised about the affordable options from One Health Benefits. Call today, 724-799-8873, or learn more at onehealthbenefits.com.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Our dear friend Elvira, who's taken care of our kids since they were babies, gets hit from behind in the car that we purchased for her from Bowser. It's a true story. Subaru. She wasn't hurt. $12,000 damage to the car. There's a point to this story. Bowser, true story, fixed the car with $12,000 in damage and is returning the car right now, and it looks brand new, and they did it in less time than it's taken LG to call us back with a frozen solid refrigerator. I am not kidding. That's the crap of dealing with crap companies. And the magnificence of local. Bowser fixes a car with $12,000 in damage in less time than it takes this massive multi-billion-dollar company, LG, to send one service person to our house to fix a freezer that's frozen shut. If I'm lying, I'm dying. You know who coined the phrase, life's garbage? The best repairman I've ever met in my life. No lying. My man Ted. Good morning, brother. How are you?
Good morning, Marty. How are you?
It is what you call them, isn't it?
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
Why?
It's just, I wish I knew the exact reason. They just don't last long. There's just a lot of issues with them, and I've taken around 20 calls a day, and probably little less than a handful are with LG refrigerators not cooling under 5 years old.
Every day of your life.
Every single day.
By the way, I had to call you because, number one, I trust you, because, number two, you're an all-star, and number three, though, the LG jagoffs won't return phone calls and won't send a service person to our house. How the hell does a company represent itself that way, sir?
I have no idea. It's disappointing. I'm embarrassed for them. I don't think they care. They just look at the dollar signs, and that's about it. That's what I feel.
Ted Citura with Steel City Appliances. Let me tell you about him briefly. He worked a full day yesterday. He has dinner with his family. No kidding. After his dinner, he drives to our house and fixes our freezer that's been frozen shut for 9 days now. LG would not put one English-speaking person on the phone. Ted, what the hell is the consumer supposed to do, sir?
I mean, waiting is the worst part to do. It's only going to get worse, and it's only going to cause more damage. I don't know their reasoning behind making you wait so long. For a refrigerator not working, you can't even go a day or two without that.
They have class action lawsuits, do they not, sir?
They do. If there's a whole compressor issue, there's a lot of issues with them.
Yeah, it's a multi-billion-dollar company. How the hell's that happen, Ted? How the hell's that happen?
I'm laughing because it's pathetic, but I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know how. I don't know.
Hey, Ted, why do you give a damn and they don't? No, seriously, why, brother? Why?
Because I care. I care.
Yes.
I can put myself in everyone's shoes. I deal with the real life stuff like everyone else does. So I know if a refrigerator's out and you got a family, and you can't leave someone without an appliance for more than a day. I care. That's why I love what I do, because I care about it.
Ted Citura with Steel City Appliance. So you're in our house, sweating your ass off after you're done with your day, and you fixed it, and they couldn't. What's the lesson we should learn there? Don't buy them? Don't buy them?
Yeah, I would stay away from them.
Yeah.
Stay far, far away.
Is there an appliance that you recommend, sir? Honestly.
I really like a GE appliance. They're American made. I rarely have any issues with GE.
And Ted, doesn't it make sense that when I call you, I speak to an American who speaks English? I'm not being a jag-off. Yep. Doesn't it make sense that I can understand you versus someone in India or the Philippines, sir?
1,000%. 1,000%. It makes things a lot easier.
Ted, you're a hell of a man. You saved us again.
I try to be.
And by the way, let me tell you the truth here. When my man got up to leave our house, I said, let me write you a check. He said, you don't owe me anything, which almost made me cry. Now, I paid him because I have to, because he kicks ass, but that's the greatness of this man, and I respect and admire you, brother. Thank you so much.
Anything for you, Marty. No problem.
My man. He's a badass. After he has dinner with his family, he comes to our house at 7 o'clock at night. Go ahead, Newt.
Hey, Marty, how are you today?
Good, brother.
Hey, refrigerator story. I bought a new refrigerator 2 years ago to replace my old refrigerator that the ice maker didn't work. $2,400 I spent. Bought it at Home Depot. I paid the extra warranty for 5 years.
Uh-oh.
And after 6 months, the ice maker quit working on the new one. So I tried all the tricks I did with the old one, the hair dryer in it, the hot water with steam, real mess trying to get it working. So I told my wife I bought the extra warranty, so why don't we call? So I called and actually spoke to an American. It was, an extended warranty through Home Depot.
Okay.
And she put me on, I told her the problem, she put me on hold, and she come back on and says, we're going to refund your money. We don't have any technicians to send out there.
Wow.
So they sent me $2,400 to replace my fridge because they didn't have any technicians.
Wow. I could talk to you forever, sir, but that is disgraceful and sad, but at least they paid him back.
With more than 15,000 cardiac procedures performed in the last 5 years, UPMC is a leader in the field of cardiac care.
We've been first to use advanced technologies for heart valve disease, for aortic disease, for coronary disease. The work that the heart team here at UPMC does is truly life-changing. We want to be the pioneers and continue to innovate in the world of heart disease.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned. Get 1 free plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Man, I love this. It's Marty. Good paying jobs, not just any jobs, jobs that can support your family, great benefits, opportunities for advancement. This is the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, representing construction workers and public sector employees, over 500,000 strong. I love them. Phil Amaris leads this great union. He's one of my boys. He's one of my favorite people on earth. I'm serious. Pennsylvania Laborers District Council. Check them out. laborpa.org. They're powerful. I'm telling you, I love them.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
75 and overcast. It's 10:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. A Brentwood man who pleaded guilty to ethnic intimidation, terroristic threats, and assault charges will serve 6 months on home detention and then 3 years of probation. Brian Dengler pulled a gun on an Amazon driver, Laquita Schley, back in December of 2023 because her delivery vehicle was blocking his driveway. The 66-year-old man used a racial slur and threatened to kill Schley if she didn't get out of his way. During his sentencing Wednesday, Dengler's lawyer blamed his client's behavior on drinking. The Allegheny County DA's office is deciding whether a Robinson Township police officer should face criminal charges. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush tells us why.
Officer Steve Pies is suspended with pay following a road rage incident on Forest Grove Road on July 2nd. Police would not confirm what happened, but sources told KDKA that Pies was off duty, followed the alleged victim to his workplace where things got physical. Sources say the victim needed medical treatment, but it's not clear how seriously they were hurt. County police investigated and turned over a report to the DA's office, though the office said it cannot comment on the status of an ongoing investigation. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
2 Pittsburgh area JCPenney stores are among 119 locations sold for close to $1 billion. Stores at the Mall of Robinson and Westmoreland Mall are part of the sale to an affiliate of Onyx Partners, expected to be final in early September. Separately, the Pittsburgh Business Times is reporting the former Penny's location at Clearview Mall will be redeveloped into medical office space. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 75 points at 44,536. The Nasdaq is up 246 points. The S&P up 46. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:31. Our next update at 11. I'm Paul Rasmussen on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Levin Furniture and Mattress Stores. Buy more, save more sale. Going right now through Monday. The more you buy, the more you save. Check it out. From my friend Robert Levin and his staff. Up to 25% off the entire store. Get super low monthly payments with 0% interest for 60 months on select purchases of $19.99 or more. Shop at any Levin Furniture and Mattress store today. Levin's incredible buy more, save more sale ends on Monday. Tell them Marty sent you.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. All the time I'm talking about auto accidents, big crashes, big wrecks. Call 1-800-GET-PHIL or 412-281-5005. Look, Phil DeLucente and Associates, they're in Pittsburgh. They give free, that's right, free consultations. Phil and Ken Nolan, his partner, handle auto cases. I've worked with them a lot. So call 1-800-GET-PHIL. Call Ken Nolan and Phil DeLucente now at 1-800-GET-PHIL today. They're the best, folks.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-240-1465. 800-240-1465. Or go to oxcarcare.com.
So my brother-in-law, Scott, had open heart surgery. UPMC. Amazing, amazing surgeons. Amazing effort in the ICU. Amazing nurses. Amazing care. My sis Barb goes to Hillman twice a week for cancer treatment. For pancreatic cancer. Amazing, amazing treatment. Life-saving, life-changing information. UPMC. Amazing place.
The Shindig Charity Music Festival, August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd at Union Brothers Brewing in Harmony. 18 bands over 3 days.
Proceeds benefit local first responders and Northwood Charitable Foundation. Car show Friday night, craft and vendor show Saturday, first responder demonstration Sunday.
Single day tickets, weekender tickets, and weekender tickets for Keg and Eggs starting at 9:30 a.m.
Surprise guests, amazing raffle prizes, great food and brews. Bring your own lawn chair and a non-perishable food item donation.
Tickets also available at the door. Get your details at theshindigmusicfestival.com.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser, Ellen Gamble. What's up?
All right, Marty, what's up is we're getting reports of an accident. This in South Park Township. Heads up as you're traveling Brownsville Road Extension at Piney Fork Road. You'll find some first responders headed to the scene there to check things out and assist. No accidents in your way on the outbound Parkway East. It's just that single lane traffic pattern through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And right now you're backing up at the Bates Street on-ramp, so 1.5 miles of stop and go. More stop than go, in fact, as you try to make your way eastbound there. On northbound 28, very heavy for you from the ramps from the Veterans Bridge all the way out to the 31st Street Bridge because of construction. Parkway West inbound, just the holdovers from the rush hour this morning, stacking at the Parkway Center Mall overpass before the Ford Pit Tunnels. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds will win out the rest of today. It'll be remaining humid with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm this afternoon, the high 78. And for tonight, cloudy, breezy, and cooler with some rain at times, early, though 60. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hey, it's a Thursday. We're inching through the week. We're going to get there, I promise. And the temperatures are going to go down a little bit. There's a lot happening on the show. Can't wait to talk to you. 2 to 6 today, right here, KDK.
Not a hockey dad, a basketball dad, a track dad, football dad, wrestling dad, swimming dad. I go to my kids' events. I'm not a screamer. I don't get involved with the coaches. I don't scream ever at sporting events. I don't boo the Steelers. I don't give players the finger. I don't throw stuff on the field. It's just not my thing. I see parents do it. I find it offensive. It's just not my thing. It happens more and more. In fact, when we posted this video of this woman involved in this altercation involving her son and a teenage ref at a high school game, a bunch of these young men who coach said, this is the reason why I don't coach. This is the reason why I don't want to ref anymore. However, what fascinates me about this particular incident, and it happened on July 20th, and it happened at that really cool sports complex, Robert Morris Sports Island complex there on Neville Island. And it was a high school game, and this young man was accused of blindsiding another player. The ref started to throw him out of the game. Mom got hacked, came down, and confronted the ref. Now, the reason why I find this compelling, I ain't no lawyer, I ain't Judge Judy, but I posted the 25-second video. And what's happened here is, so the cops came in, charged this woman with assault, and then banned her for life from this arena, which is irrelevant compared to being charged with assault, because then you got to hire Phil DeLucente, and then you got to fight the good fight. My question is, and again, I'm not Judge Judy, I find it difficult to see assault on that video. I could argue, and so could a good lawyer, and Phil is, that the referee was aggressive with her. Here we go, because now this video is going viral. Phil DeLucente joining us. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Marty. I'm fine. I'm still puzzled on why my client was not interviewed. This video was not reviewed before charges were filed, and numerous witnesses were not interviewed as well. We are talking about a sporting event that, yes, there was First Amendment rights of free speech being voiced loudly. You might not care for it, others might not care for it, but that's life.
Right.
But I will tell you this, my client was not the first person to place hands on anyone. Now, granted, the argument is, well, the closing of the door. Well, you don't then touch the upper part of a female body when you're a male referee. And one thing I think is interesting that everyone needs to recognize on this case, because this goes to a lot of various issues in our society today. The other problem I had was when you look at this video, my client never, ever touches this referee. And what led up to that was not her, the alleged, she was upset by the most recent call. It was previous to that, there were numerous checks made upon that person as well as other members, and nothing was being done. And so at that point, it was a mama bear protecting her son, protecting others, and saying, this just got to end. So it wasn't just like we see in the movies, we hear all the time, oh, they're upset because their kid didn't do this or their kid didn't do that. That's not this at all. And so I feel really, I mean this sincerely.
Yeah.
I've been doing this a long time, so have you.
Oh, yeah.
I feel genuinely horrible for this woman who is a wonderful woman. And then it goes on, the complaint, which the news had, and before I ever got involved, this was a news story, and they only heard one side of it. It was. Because they're just reading the complaint,
right,
which is, I'll save that for another day. But the whole complaint is about, this person, the manager, she was never given any kind of written notice, verbal notice, warnings of her behavior. She actually was told by other parents to go and say, hey, he laid hands on you. We saw it. Why don't you complain? And she was debating back and forth, and then she decided not to do that. And that's this is so puzzling to me of we're in a society now. And here's the other thing. I've represented hundreds of law enforcement.
You have.
Federal to state to local. So don't tell me I'm anti-law enforcement. I'm pro-law enforcement. But I got to tell you something. Filing charges like this, just based upon, as you see in the complaints, based upon others, meaning this general manager or whoever at this RMU facility, which I love RMU. I've represented chairmen of the board there, former chairmen of the board. So get me. This one should go away, and I hope it goes away fast.
Hey, Phil, I don't want to interrupt you, but I find the video to be fascinating. But you said something I gotta verify. They've never looked at this video, the cops? Never?
Well, who knows what video they reviewed, but you saw it. The Tribune Review saw it. The news stations, which I'm not going to complain about them, they've been good to me, but I don't know. I don't think they saw it before I ever got involved.
They didn't.
Because the story would not be the way it was originally casted. So I'm having a hard time, if you have eyes, ears, and you graduated high school, how you could possibly think this video says what it says in the criminal complaint. I really do.
So the Trib reporter interprets it as this. Bucci kicks her right leg out, pushes against the referee's shoulder with one hand, and with the other makes contact with his neck area. That's from the Trib reporter. I'm seeing her doing the same thing. There's no way she doesn't make any contact, Phil. I'm not defending this. I'm just saying.
No. But he says early in the article, if you read it, that the aggressor, the one who physically placed hands on another. Now, every male knows that you never place hands on a woman, even if she's verbally talking to you in a loud manner. The first contact was made by the referee, not my client. It's very, very clear.
No, I'm with you. Hold on, because again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm certainly not a judge. You're 100% right. There's no way that she can be described as the aggressor. There's no way. No way.
And that's the problem I have. And you know, we saw this when I represented. I represented Olympic athletes, Olympic coaches, pro boxers, world champions. I represent, you name a person in society in their professional role. And now here's this woman who's been nothing but a perfect person her whole life. And once the news picked up on it, and they said, we got to get Phil DeLucente, and I said to them, do I have your permission to go back and talk to the news, because they're only getting one story, and I was never involved. And thank God we're able to do this.
But hold on, Phil. Here's what's happened in our culture, and you know this. And I've been to 100 games with my man. Phil does not yell ever. Ever. So he doesn't count as one of those fans. We now demonize, for obvious reasons, any parent or any idiot, not saying she's an idiot, it goes nuts at a game. You have to give us that, right, Phil? We have demonized that in America.
Well, we do. And you know, here's the thing. When you go to a sporting event, even a juveniles one, people have free First Amendment rights. This wasn't any cursing. This wasn't, things like that. But certainly you want to voice your opinion if you see all these wrongs committed earlier in the game, and then there's a call that you may not agree with. Now, I'm sure if cooler minds all prevail, none of it would happen.
Right on.
But to be charged, I mean, is this what we're coming down to? And let me tell you something else.
Yeah.
The police today, okay? Because I've represented a tremendous amount of them. I think between my law partner, attorney Nicole Nino, and myself, I can't even count the numbers. They feel obligated now because after this COVID situation, now the police are in a real catch-22. So I don't always blame the police. So I'm like, you talk about being so in the middle, because I've seen both sides. Everybody's confused on what to do, and that's why there needs to be just a little bit more investigatory.
Hey, Phil, are you going to try and get this tossed, brother?
Oh, I think you know the way I'm talking right now. I'm going to do anything and everything in my power to give her the best representation possible. I am very disappointed on how this has played out so far.
My man, thanks, brother.
Have a good day.
Fascinating. It raises so many issues in our culture because parents get involved now like they never did before. I'm not defending the woman. I'm not attacking the woman. But what I want to know from you folks as you see this video, did she assault him? 866-391-1020. Did she assault him? Take a look at the video. It's streaming now. It's on all of our social. 866-391-1020. Give us a call. Did she assault him? Did she? By the way, I had a bunch of refs say, this is why I don't want to ref anymore. I'm messing with this. I kind of get it. I get it. Patrick's here. He's not a screamer ever. He never gets mad. My wife isn't. My brother-in-law screams at games. Makes me uncomfortable, actually. And I'm a loudmouth, but I just don't get into that. This is kind of makes me nervous. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bauer. My friend Ellen, what's up?
All right, Marty, what's up is a new traffic trouble for folks around some drilling operations in McKeesport. So if your travels today and tomorrow take you anywhere near Route 48 Long Run Road, you want to watch for single lane restrictions 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. each day. This is between Jefferson Street and Old Long Run Road because of that project, again, kicking off today and continuing tomorrow. Construction, of course, ongoing and long going on the Parkway East outbound near the Commercial Street Bridge. So a single lane traffic pattern until 2 today. Has backups beginning for you at the Bates Street on-ramp there, so leave extra time. Outbound or northbound on 28, you have some construction zone lane restrictions that are causing heavy delays between the overpasses from 579 and 279 out toward the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway West backs at the top of the hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Do you consider someone in our Pittsburgh area a hero? A hero can be your neighbor, a teacher, a church leader, or even your parent. Someone who has done something extraordinary. Once again, KDKA Radio needs your help as we honor 5 local heroes in our community. Nominate your hero for Larry Richards' Hometown Heroes event at kdkaradio.com.
Here's your Jill on Money question of the day.
Rita from New England asks, my son is trying to build credit for himself. What's the best route for him to go? Does the fact that he has student loans, which he is repaying, help? Good question, Rita. The most important aspect of building a credit record is to make sure that your son pays his bills on time. That alone accounts for 35% of the credit score. A student loan is actually a great way to help your son build credit because it's an installment loan and it can prove that you're paying your bills on time. Just make sure that he's enrolled in AutoPay so that he never misses a payment.
Have a question? Go to JillOnMoney.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. If you're a renter, make sure you're protected. Renter's insurance includes options that cover stolen property, personal injury, and living expenses if your place is damaged. Quote renter's insurance at progressive.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to the Drive at 5, folks. Driving the News every day at 5, brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand that yellow van. By the way, that stream, Metropolitan Windows Company brings it. AUDACY on the Odyssey app. Check it out. All right? Love it. We love the stream, man. We love the stream. Too many angry people at sporting events. Did you folks look at this video? Did she assault him? Did she assault that kid? Woman got angry at a hockey game. She is angry. Very. And Phil's a hell of a lawyer, but he's obviously biased. If you watch the video closely, and I have many times, and my man Patrick is streaming it now, and he slowed it down. She gets down to the, rushes down to the door as her son is exiting. The referee tries to close the door, and then he pushes her back, honestly. And then she does make contact with his neck, and it looks like she tries to kick him. She's screaming at him. She leaves. They close the door. You know, there's two schools of thought here. There's two schools of thought here. And here are the two schools. School number one, punish her. I'm sick of this. It's disgusting. It's annoying. She's out of control. I'm glad you charged her. School number two, back off. This is not assault. Move on. From a man, Ben. Sorry, Phil. No way does anyone feel sorry for this woman. Whatever is happening on the ice is none of her business. It's the coach's business. She had no reason to go down there. Banning her for life, right call. Assault? Nah, that's a reach. All right. All right. And again, I can't side with the screamers. I don't like it. And you know me, I'm a loudmouth. I'm a pain in the ass. I'll get in your face, but it's got to be for a reason that makes sense to me. And it's never made sense to me at a sporting event. I've had kids that are really good athletes. I've had daughters who were seriously injured. Ballet, field hockey. My son's big into swimming, and the parents are screaming for their kids to hold their breath. They're screaming at other parents because they're shooting video. They're screaming at the coaches. Track and field, they're yelling at the coach. Football's the worst. Those people are nuts. The high school basketball. My brother-in-law used to make my dad uncomfortable. When he's a big boy, he starts screaming. I know a bunch of refs, and I've talked to Mike White about this, who's the best high school sports reporter in America. And Mike says enough is enough. It's disgusting. The violence is out of control. The parents have lost their minds. And that's why a lot of folks don't sympathize or empathize with this woman. I am not asking for your empathy, but I don't think she assaulted that ref. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, Marty. I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but hockey in Pittsburgh is sanctioned by the USA Hockey Association.
Nice.
USA Hockey has a zero-tolerance policy. Every player, every coach, every official, and every parent is required to sign an acknowledgement form that this type of behavior is not acceptable at hockey games.
I agree, sir. But did she assault him?
I don't think that, but Phil DeLucendi said something that this woman didn't know that she would be punished. Well, yes, she did.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
She signed an acknowledgement form
Hey, my
at
man,
the beginning of the season.
I ain't empathizing with her flipping out. I'm sorry, brother. I don't condone that. I don't act that way. And if my kids did, I would take them out of the game. I think it's just not the place for it. And I love hockey. And I love hockey families because it takes special parents and special kids and crazy hours and insane discipline and work ethic. And I love...
My point is that this should never have happened.
It shouldn't have, sir.
Because she's been told about it multiple times.
It shouldn't have, sir.
Through their zero-tolerance policy.
And you're right again. So kick her the hell out of the arena. But should she face assault charges? Nah.
Well, I mean, where do you draw the line? Are you now allowed to get in the face of an official and yell at them if you don't put your hands on them?
Well, you already said that. You're not, and I agree with you. And I love your call, and I love your expertise, and I just don't think it's a criminal case, brother. But we shall see. I ain't Judge Judy.
Honored to win the Marconi Award as the best news talk station in the country. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Have a big tree down in our backyard behind the deck, so it's not a big problem. But I'll tell you what, when you reach out to Greater Pitt Tree Service, it's never a problem. Carlos is the man, the best in the business. Let me say this, trained professionals, insured, bonded, best equipment, unbelievable work ethic. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE, 412-884-TREE, the best in the business.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
78 and overcast. It's 11 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Allegheny County Police are investigating an attempted murder-suicide in McKeesport. 911 was called about 12:30 a.m. about a shooting at a home in the 2300 block of Grandview Avenue, and first responders found a woman and a man inside suffering from gunshot wounds. The woman was taken to a hospital in critical condition. 50-year-old Carlos Watts was pronounced dead on the scene. Detectives say preliminary information shows Watts shot the woman and then himself. A new study by University of Pittsburgh researchers finds a popular artificial sweetener may interfere with certain cancer treatments. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado reports.
The study published today in Cancer Discovery finds that patients with melanoma and certain types of lung cancer had a worse response to immunotherapy if they used sugar substitutes, specifically sucralose, the one in yellow packets. Dr. Abby Overacre says even small amounts reduce the number and types of gut bacteria.
Even the equivalent of, what you would think maybe 2 or 3 packets a day, those patients were shown to not do as well.
But Overacre says they did find the readily available amino acid arginine seemed to help mitigate the effects of the sweetener in mice, which could now be tested on humans. She says something as simple as that could help patients who don't want to give up their favorite diet pop. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
It could soon be easier to cancel a subscription service. U.S. Representative Chris DeLuzio and 2 other lawmakers have introduced a bill to make canceling less of a chore.
Some requiring you to get on a phone with a live person and that has a long wait time. I've heard of examples where memberships to cancel, you've got to send in by certified mail.
DeLuzio expects his bill will have strong bipartisan support. The Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge ticked higher last month. Consumer prices rose 2.6% in June compared with a year ago and up from 2.4% in May. On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve Board voted to keep its key short-term interest rate unchanged to see how the new tariffs on imports will impact inflation and the broader economy. Right now on Wall Street, the Dow is up 8 points at 44,454. The Nasdaq is up 157 points, the S&P up 26. Should convicted sex offenders be parents through surrogacy? A state lawmaker says no. Butler County Republican Aaron Bernstein has introduced a bill to ban registered sex offenders from being surrogates and require background checks and child abuse clearances before anyone can enter into a surrogate agreement.
We know that this is a failure in the law. Lawmakers have a duty to fix what's broken, especially when it puts kids at risk. That's what we're doing. This isn't a Republican or a Democrat issue. This is an issue that everybody will be able to get behind.
Bernstein says he wrote the legislation after hearing of a sex offender in another part of Pennsylvania who did become a parent through the surrogacy process. KDKA Sports, the trade deadline is tonight, 6 p.m. So far, Pittsburgh has traded key Brian Hayes to the Reds and Caleb Ferguson to the Mariners, and the Bucks are getting a reliever and 2 prospects in those 2 deals. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. And by Supplemental Medicare Solutions from Need Part C. Medicare can be confusing and doesn't have to be. Visit needpartc.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:03. 78 and overcast in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
The summer savings are heating up at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. All natural pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound. Fresh blueberries, 1-pint containers, $1.99 each. And restaurant-style or bite-sized essential everyday tortilla chips, 12-ounce bags, 2 for $3. Additional savings in our meat department. Farm-raised fresh salmon fillets, $8.99 a pound. And boneless center-cut pork loin chops or roast, $2.99 a pound. In our produce department, locally grown zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound. And red or green seedless grapes are $1.99 a pound. In our deli department, Smith's Smokehouse Reserve ham, $7.99 a pound. And Guggisberg Amish butter or farmer's cheese, $7.49 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Gia Russa pasta, 16-ounce packages, 99 cents each.
So get into Coons Market for the summer savings. They're heating up. How do you find the Coons Market nearest you? Click on coonsmarket.com. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
All right, Marty, what's up is daytime construction really causing some notable delays in a couple of spots in Oakland. The construction zone lane restrictions that take 5th Avenue traffic from 3 lanes down to 1 through the heart of the University and Medical District has traffic very congested for you between South Bouquet Street and Halkett Street, so do watch out for that, or at least plan ahead for it. Outbound on the Parkway East, of course, the single lane traffic pattern through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and out past the Commercial Street Bridge project. Crews are there until 2 p.m. and right now you're going to need some extra travel time. The backups begin 1.5 miles before the tunnels, right before that Bates Street on-ramp comes up and then heads toward the outbound side of the road. And a reminder, as part of that project, the Beechwood Boulevard on-ramp to the outbound Parkway East is closed as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The rest of today will turn out mostly cloudy. It'll be humid. Look for a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm during the afternoon hours. High 78. Some rain at times for a while tonight. Cloudy, breezy, and cooler overnight. Low 60. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. We'll get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Back in the 80s, before he was disgraced and broke and losing it, Rudy Giuliani was actually a highly regarded, highly respected mayor of New York. And he had this thing, and it's a while ago, and you probably don't remember, New York was like teetering on bankruptcy. It sucked. It was horrible, man. The vacant buildings, the crime, the blight, the drugs, the murder rate. It was, honestly, man, it was Escape from New York. It was Armageddon. It was everything about Thunderdome that we now talk about, the bad things about Pittsburgh. There's a point, believe me. And so what the mayor did was he passed this policy, no tolerance, in other words. He called it the broken window policy. In essence, they would let people slide for broken windows. And then they had all these homeless folks, and I've been there when this happened. They come up to your car, and they have this piece of paper, and they'll spit something on your window and clean it, and they want $1. They accepted all that. That was cool. No one cared. Giuliani said to hell with that. Law and order, no tolerance, clean up the streets, get rid of the trash, get rid of the crap, literally get rid of the homeless, fix the drug problem. And New York exploded. It flourished. It was a beautiful, beautiful time. Fast forward. I get this picture sent to me by a guy in Brookline and one of my close friends who's a badass judge who I've known for more than 20 years. And I see my man, he's sweeping the streets. And then I see pictures of the crap that's in the streets. And this is Brookline. This is Pittsburgh. And the reason why he's doing it because no one else will. And it perpetuates this dirty, grimy, nasty Pittsburgh sucks kind of thing. And extends to the communities outside of the city limits, including Brookline, where Jim Motznick has more pride than anyone I've ever known. The judge joins me this morning. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good, Marty. How are you?
Let me tell you this because I've known you so long. Seeing all this crap in your streets, in your town, irritates the hell out of you, doesn't it?
It does. It's a shame that it happens. It's nothing new. Brookline Boulevard. It's a business district, and people litter, unfortunately, and it happens.
And then your garbage cans get so full you can't put anything in them because no one's taking care of it from the city, are they, sir?
No, it's unfortunate. I made some phone calls in the morning yesterday to try to get some assistance. The litter was really, really bad. Yesterday morning.
It's nasty.
Overnight. Yeah, it was really nasty. And I couldn't get any responses. I called. I didn't want to bother the councilman's office. Coghill really tries. So I asked them to email or call the director of public works. I was going to talk to them and see if they could assist in this litter cleanup, maybe, but no response. It's just unfortunate. I told them I was the district judge. I told them that certain places on the boulevard were really, really bad and need something done, and nothing got done.
My man, what this is, though, is this on a smaller scale. What I discussed regarding New York is that until we take care of the trash, and it wasn't until recently, without the fight of Jim Motznick and others, that there was no cop up there. So juvenile thugs were running the street. Until we have law and order, nothing will be the way it should be, right? Fair, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Things need to get done, and the squeaky wheel gets the grease. I didn't go out and sweep the street because I wanted on your show. I was between hearings. I do my hearings on Brookline on the Boulevard Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I was between hearings. Nothing was getting done. I grabbed a broom and started sweeping. One of the people that live in the neighborhood started to film me clean the street, and we spoke, and agreed that the city should be doing these things, but it just is what it is.
We won't have that shining city on the hill until we do the basics, sir. Public safety, law and order, roads and bridges, schools. And my boy Patrick, the city's supposedly down 7 garbage trucks, and the garbage is piling up, and that they don't have people to do their job. So now they can't pick up garbage. They can't pave the roads, don't have any money. They don't have enough cops. They're down about 300. And now they can't pick up trash, sir. What the hell do we need to do, Jim? Judge?
Yeah. I don't know. I did once. There's 4 piles. I sent you the pictures. Yep. I swept in front of a couple businesses, and there's 4 piles of debris, curb line, and then I called the councilman's office, and they called Public Works, and Public Works sent a truck out, and the truck went by and looked.
What?
And kept going.
No.
And and kept going. And those piles, those pictures I sent to you probably a half an hour ago, that's still from yesterday. That stuff is still there this morning from yesterday. After we told them it's there, please come pick it up, and it's still there. And the truck went by, and two guys looked over and just kept driving.
At the end of the day, sir, until we take care of the people of the city will not flourish. Is that fair?
Things need to get better. You know, and I know we live in probably the best city, you know, in the country. But, you know, the day-to-day things that need to be done aren't getting done, and it's frustrating. I hope the next mayor that comes in does a better job. I talk to him all the time, and he's given me his word that he'll pay attention to the South Hills neighborhoods better than this administration, better than the last administration. But remains to be seen, and we hope.
Hey, you had to beg for a beat cop. Businesses were getting robbed. People were getting beat up. We had video of kids walking to an ice cream store and just taking the ice cream and walking out laughing. You had to beg for one cop. We got to do better, sir.
Yeah.
We got to.
Yeah, and the beat cops are there now. Things on the boulevard seem to be getting better with some of the youth that were just, you know, a nuisance. I don't know if they were really, you know, the one guy that robbed the ice cream shop obviously was a criminal. Punks. A lot of those kids are just, punks and are a nuisance. But the beat cops help. I walked the boulevard. I saw the other night just a couple loudmouth kids, and I stopped and I watched. And when they see someone paying attention, they move along, and they're just a nuisance. But, you know, it is what it is.
By the way, Jim, it's also a reflection on our culture. If I saw my kids, throw garbage the way today's kids throw garbage and don't give a damn, I would take away everything of value of my kids. I would not allow them to act like pigs. In fact, I've said, go ahead, do that. I will pick up that garbage and put it in your bed. I'm serious, Jim. So this is also what's happened with our culture. I just throw it on the ground. Someone else will get it. Is it not, sir?
Yeah, it is. And one of those young kids, I guess this young man was probably 13 or 14. After a while, he started mouthing off to me and mother effing me.
Of course.
I explained to him, I didn't call any names, or I explained to him that he just needs to get off the boulevard and go home. And he explained to me he doesn't have to, and F you. But he moved along, and it wasn't an altercation.
Hey, Judge, can I be honest with you? Because I love you, and
it's unfortunate.
We're good friends, but a lot of these kids, and you know this, they now carry guns. So I just want you to take a little bit of caution and know that times have changed, because one of these kids might shoot you in the chest, and that would be horrible. And you know that's out there, sir. And I'm not trying to be inflammatory or overreacting, but this is where we're at. Is it not, sir, with some of these juveniles?
Yeah. You're right. Yep, absolutely.
I bet your wife tells you the same damn thing, too. Jimmy, back off. Love you, man.
Sometimes she does.
Thanks for caring, sir.
Take care. Thank you.
What irritates the hell out of me is what he said about Public Works. They drove by, looked at it, and drove on. I would suspend them right now. I'd call them in their car and send them home until tomorrow. Let them file a grievance. It's so annoying. And I have good friends in Public Works. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
All right. Thanks, Marty. In West Deer Township, we're getting reports of an accident. This is on Eisenhower Drive near MacArthur Drive. So do watch out for crews and emergency first responder types headed to the scene there. No accidents for you on the outbound Parkway East. It's just that construction zone at the Squirrel Hill Tunnels really tying up traffic for you. You back between the Forbes Avenue off-ramp and the Bates Street on-ramp. So better than a mile and a half of delays for you approaching that construction zone. Again, the crews wrap up there around 2 each day, but but they're back again at 3 a.m. each weekday. Inbound on the Parkway East, a little bit slow before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Same story over on the Parkway West and the ride out toward the airport. A good one right now. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or two half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
NASCO Roofing has done work on every one of my family's house. My sister, my brother, our house. They have done work on every single one of their homes and my home, and unbelievable work. Lifetime guarantee. Amazing work ethic. Amazing pricing. NASCO Roofing, NASCO, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit AdoptUSKids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. And Accredited State University, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Levin Furniture and Mattress Stores. Buy more, save more sale. Going right now through Monday. The more you buy, the more you save. Check it out from my friend Robert Levin and his staff. Up to 25% off the entire store. Get super low monthly payments with 0% interest for 60 months on select purchases of $19.99 or more. Shop at any Levin Furniture and Mattress Store today. Levin's incredible Buy More, Save More sale ends on Monday. Tell them Marty sent you. Get Marty, brought to you by UPMC, life-changing medicine.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Man, I get some of the saddest things, and I'm so confounded sometimes as to how to help folks. And I've got a bunch of lawyers looking at this right now because oftentimes they don't really care if I call. They want to. You need someone with a hammer. I'm sorry. We do have an impact, and oftentimes it does make a difference. I'm being an idiot, but I get frustrated. I got this really emotional message, and I saw it at like 4:30 this morning. And I've got a couple different lawyers looking at this to see if we can intervene or what the hell you can do, and maybe someone listening could help it. This comes from this wonderful woman named Mimi, M-I-M-I. My dad is currently at Harmer Village in Cheswick. This is so cute and so sad. My dad's at Harmer Village in Cheswick, and he's 93 years old and at the end of his life. My mother broke her collarbone and ended up with pneumonia and was just diagnosed with metastatic cancer, which is very fast-moving, and she's 91. And she's at the Willows Nursing Home in Oakmont. You're going to understand why I have to get lawyers involved, because I don't know that this is an easy fix. But you understand why I want to try and help. This is where you want to cry or hug them. My parents have been married for 69 years. Now that's friggin' cool. There's a magnificence to that and a beauty to that I can't describe when you see that. Heck, I haven't been with my wife for 23 years. It doesn't, I mean, that's a long time, but 69, come on. I mean, my wife is my unicorn, man. I can't imagine 69 years. Are you kidding? She goes left, I go left. She goes right, I go right. She sneezes, I sneeze. My parents have been married for 69 years. We would like to have him moved to the Willows Presbyterian home sooner rather, since neither is doing well at this time. Wow. The issue is they both need medical assistance, and my dad has a hearing on 8/20, which is next month, to see if he will be approved for medical assistance since the nursing home once paid, and my dad has been in the home since December 24. Aw. Are you able to help? See, this is where we have to, I'm now forwarding this to a couple of lawyers, including Julian Gray and Robert Pierce. I was texting Robert this morning at 4:30, and he has people looking at it. Julian Gray's the elder law guru. I got him on it. The issue is they both need medical assistance. This is what makes us want to make this work out. My parents have never been apart, and it's sad to think either could die without seeing one another one last time. Man. If you could help in any way, my family would appreciate it. Mimi. Man. My boy, the chief, 35 years today with his wife. That's a long time, brother. And that's a lot of love. I cannot function properly without my wife. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm a friggin' invalid. And as much as I think I am, I'm not without her. And I can't imagine 69 years. And you're worried about dying without your wife there. Man, we got to facilitate this. I got a bunch of lawyers looking at this. But if anyone out there knows how they would facilitate this. So we have two very elderly folks, both very sick, been together 69 years. One is at Harmer Village in Cheswick, 93. The other one is at Willows Nursing Home in Oakmont. And we want to get them together. How do we do that? I can't just randomly, I know this stuff, answer it because I don't, and I'd be lying. But if someone does know, I'd love to hear from you, either by calling at 866-391-1020 or email me at getmarty@kdkradio.com. Getmarty@kdkradio.com. We'll work on it in the break and obviously long after that.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 81 degrees and mostly cloudy at 11:30. I'm David Valerato. A Brentwood man who pleaded guilty to ethnic intimidation, terroristic threats, and assault charges will serve 6 months on home detention and then 3 years of probation. Brian Dengler pulled a gun on an Amazon driver, Lankita Schley, in December of 2023 because her delivery vehicle was blocking his driveway. The 66-year-old man used a racial slur and threatened to kill Schley if she didn't get out of his way. During his sentencing Wednesday, Dengler's lawyer blamed his client's behavior on drinking. UPMC is among the healthcare companies subpoenaed by Department of Justice officials over gender-affirming care. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has details.
According to the Department of Justice, these investigations include healthcare fraud, false statements, and more. They allege that those involved in performing these types of services on children will be held accountable, but it's unclear what specifics are in the subpoenas and what exact medical services were performed. In a statement to KDKA Radio, a UPMC spokesperson said, quote, "The actions have made it abundantly clear that our clinicians can no longer provide certain types of gender-affirming care without risk of criminal prosecution. This includes specific restrictions on puberty blockers and hormone therapy for individuals under the age of 19. UPMC ended its statement by saying the nonprofit deeply empathizes with the patients and families affected by these ongoing changes. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Pennsylvania has deployed iFlow's 2.0 weather sensors at locations across the Commonwealth to improve public safety during flash flood emergencies. FEMA Director Randy Padfield says the weather alert system aims to quickly deliver weather data to the people who need it the most.
The system sends email alerts of hazards like heavy rainfall and high winds to emergency managers statewide, providing advance warning to direct decision makers.
Padfield says 30 new weather stations will be installed across the Commonwealth through August 2026, with most being placed on school properties. On Wall Street at this hour, the Dow is down 93 points, but the Nasdaq is having a very good day. It's currently up about 151 points. The S&P 500 is also higher. It's currently up 20 points. KDK Radio News Time, 11:32. Our next update's at noon. I'm David Valerato on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey everybody, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. 90th anniversaries are super special. That's why AARP Pennsylvania is celebrating 90 years for Social Security. And they're doing it with ice cream. Now there are 3 events in the greater Pittsburgh area where you can join in the fun. But registration is required to get your favorite scoop of your favorite ice cream. And you'll learn more about AARP and the fight to strengthen and protect Social Security. You can register at aarp.org/local.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds. As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America. Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Don't let summer slip away. Your last-minute summer adventure at Deep Creek Lake is here. Upgrade your getaway to a luxury SWAC Vacations Lodge with its own private indoor pool, a hidden speakeasy, even a private lazy river. Book any 3-night stay before Labor Day. Get $500 off. That means more money for your family trip to Myrtle Beach, a luxury lodge in Deep Creek, a massive Outer Banks house with room for everyone, and many more great destinations. Visit swacvacations.com. Use code LAKE500. Claim your $500 discount.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah with the elder law firm of Zachariah Brown. Every day I get a call from somebody because they have a loved one in the nursing home. They lost their house. They lost all their money, and they are in trouble. And that's when they call. Why do they call us? Because we can help. The better call to make, though, is to call ahead of time. As soon as you have a loved one going into a nursing facility, call us immediately, and we'll help take care of you. Zachariah Brown, 724-942-6200 or PittsburghElderLaw.com.
Man, I love this. It's Marty. Good paying jobs, not just any jobs, jobs that can support your family, great benefits, opportunities for advancement. This is the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, representing construction workers and public sector employees, over 500,000 strong. I love them. Phil Amaris leads this great union. He's one of my boys. He's one of my favorite people on earth. I'm serious. Pennsylvania Laborers District Council. Check them out. laborpa.org. They're powerful. I'm telling you, I love them. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
All right, Marty, what's up is we have construction zones causing delays as we start the midpoint of the 11 o'clock hour here in Oakland. Very heavy traffic for you on 5th Avenue. Congested and more stop and go before you reach South Bouquet Street all the way down to Halkett Street, as 3 lanes of travel there on 5th neck down to 1, and especially heavy, of course, with all the bus traffic in that area. Outbound on the Parkway East, you have a lot of company as well. 376 heading eastbound toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels and the construction zone there stacks up right around that Bates Street on-ramp. And we're also seeing heavy traffic if you're coming from the Boulevard of the Allies and making that right turn to head down the hill toward the on-ramps to the Parkway. You're in some slow go traffic there. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be humid the rest of today with clouds winning out, followed by a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm this afternoon, high 78. Cloudy, breezy, and cooler tonight with some rain early, low 60. For tomorrow, clouds give way to some sunshine with a refreshing breeze and low humidity, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hey, it's a Thursday. We're inching through the week. We're going to get there, I promise. And the temperatures are going to go down a little bit. There's a lot happening on the show. Can't wait to talk to you. 2 to 6 today, right here, KDK.
Kind of a sad day. In law enforcement. So I had two really great relationships. I had a bunch of them, including Krause, who's now the sheriff. I had a fantastic relationship with Nate Harper. Fantastic relationship with my favorite all-time cop that some people didn't like. I really don't care. George Trotsky, who's my man. And his boy was, his closest friend there was and still is up until, let me check the time. This is what's wild about retirement, man. This is what's wild about retirement. He was done 38 minutes ago. Wow. So Jim McGee, anyone out there who works the streets like I did, any of the Sheehan's or Rick Earls or anyone out there who knows cops, he's one of the best homicide cops that ever worked in the city, ever. Kind of low-key, helped me a lot, but never did interviews, which I don't care. I let people make their choices. I don't force people. So he's one of the smartest street-savvy cops this town has ever had. In fact, his boys are all sending me texts. He saved a lot of lives. He soothed a lot of families, brought a lot of people to justice. And it feels like he's being fired. Now, look, let me say this. He's 70. And so they told him, man, you're done. Go. And he wanted to stay on. And here's my thing about this stuff. We're not asking him to be a DEA undercover cop or a street cop and chase down punks. We're just not. We're not asking him to break up bar fights. But he's in the biggest brain part of his life with the most knowledge. He's a friggin' homicide library. A savant, Jimmy McGee. And they're saying to hell with that. And if he's too old, then get Trump the hell out of there. Get 6 of the Supreme Court justices the hell out of there. They're all older. Some of them in their 80s. Half the judges, half the members of Congress. So my point is, at what point do we take really good people and say to hell with you because of your age? And I'll tell you, one of the most dramatic cases, and I'm biased because I saw him and he kicked ass for the state police, is one of the best state police commanders I've ever seen in my life. And it's Frank Monaco. And he's on the line. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm well, and you?
I'm great, sir. So, when they ordered you to retire, sir, I would argue you're at the apex of your career. Is that fair?
Yes, well, I left a couple of years early because I knew I had to go.
Right.
And I had to start looking for another place to land because I had children and going to college. So ours is at 60.
Yeah.
So I didn't have a lot of options there. So I had to start looking around for a job. But I was lucky enough to land in Plum Borough.
You did, and you kicked ass there. But, Frank, don't they take... I mean, at some point, don't we have to say, hey, Frank has a big brain, man. He's got more experience than everyone we have on the street combined, and we got to somehow keep him here. Don't we have to kind of do that, sir, or we just lose talent, right?
Oh, yeah, you definitely do. And you can't, particularly in law enforcement, you can't teach it to be a cop. What's your friend, Mr. McGee?
Yep.
What he knows, you can't teach. You're not going to learn in school. Nobody can teach you that. Years of experience in doing it, and his instincts, or you just can't find that someplace. So replacing him is very difficult. And they have that in there. I don't know why it was mandatory with the state police long before I came along, and why they came in that way. People fought it, and then they got it back in again. So we had people stay, but by the same token, they're higher ups. There's some people that stay. It's just like they don't do much anymore. They just want to keep coming to work. So it's a difficult balance there. Is there? I mean, there may have to do something where you're. How you would limit that? Again, somebody in a management position might be able to be replaced where Mr. McGee couldn't be.
Let me just use the Supreme Court as an example, my brother. So based on these same rules, Clarence Thomas gone, Samuel Alito gone, Sotomayor gone next year, Roberts gone next year, just about everybody gone. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Oh, yes. And I mean, it's a world. I mean, you've lived a long time, and their insight would be very valuable. You're going to lose a lot there chasing them out. So they're not doing physical activities.
And look, we're more fit at an older age than our parents ever imagined to be. and we're sharper, and we have all this knowledge, man. It's like a fine friggin' wine. Don't you think, Frank, because I saw it with you, you're my favorite state cop ever, because you just kicked ass. And don't you think that at some point, because they could do it with congressmen then, do it with state leaders then, do it with senators, to hell with them. Let's make it fair. Or use it on a case-by-case basis. How can we use this knowledge without kicking them out? You know what I'm saying, Frank?
Yes, I do. Be an interesting thing to say, because there are people who still think they can do the job, even if they're just in an administrative position, and that their knowledge, I mean, you don't need that much experience to do what some people do. Again, some of your street police, some of your investigators like that. I remember Ron Freeman with the city. Yep. I don't think he was forced out, but he was a genius.
Loved him.
Trying to replace that guy.
Loved him.
You know, he was amazing.
Loved him.
Trying to replace him, you can't. So, yeah, there has to be some way of finding what specific talents they have and what jobs they have. But I agree there should be some waivers for somebody like those two guys. I'm with you 100% on that.
Hey, Frank, there are some amazing state cops that are ordered to quit at 60. And I know I'm biased because I'm right there in the 60s now, so I'd have been out of here. Don't you think that they got to change that? Aren't we losing a lot? And they're having a tough time getting state cops as it is. Don't you think at some point someone's going to stop the madness?
Well, I think part of the problem is it's easier for me because I wasn't working 3 shifts.
Nice.
Running down kids.
Nice.
At my age.
Nice.
You know, that's part of the problem. I mean, you don't see too many patrol guys trying to hang on there.
You don't, sir.
Anybody staying on past 60, it's more of an administrative job. And again, it's common side investigators not running kids down on the street. You know, they're doing investigations. But that would... The street cops would probably go sooner just because of the arduousness of the schedule and everything they do. But, yeah, there should be some leeway for people in administrative positions if you could find a good way to make it fair. I'm with you 100% on that.
Ron Freeman
lose a lot of knowledge there.
Ron Freeman, probably the best homicide cop I've ever known. He was forced out at 65.
I didn't know that. I thought he might be because I know when he left and what a hole that left.
So and they have all these cold cases. Why the hell wouldn't you just say, hey, man, put the big brain veterans in the room and solve the cold cases? Come on, man.
I agree.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you can't replace somebody like that. It takes years. If they ever get to that point of getting rid of people, replace somebody that has their knowledge. It's just very difficult to do.
So, Frank, you were forced out what I consider to be the apex of your career. How many years, in your opinion, more could you have been totally effective with the state police? 10? 10?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been gone 17 now.
Right.
And I still go to the gym most days, so I think I'd still pretty much handle what I was doing. But that's my opinion. Somebody might not agree, but
I'm with you.
I think I could. Yeah.
Although you did have that football, you did have that Sandlot football injury, Frank.
I bounced right back. Thanks for bringing that up.
The Turkey Bowl.
Turkey Bowl, yeah.
All right, my man. Thanks for the truth, brother.
Always a pleasure, sir. Take care.
One of my all-time favorite comps. I think that we lose talent, man. I think that youth is great, man. It's really cool. Young guns, yeah. Go, go, go. Run through the wall. The old guy says, hey, I got a way to go around the wall. Just saying. And with these homicides unsolved, and you got all this knowledge, and Jimmy McGee was cool, man. White hair, suit, all the time. All the time. Low key, low profile. In fact, I asked one of his boys if I could put him on the air today. You know what he said, Patrick? He's not too much for a television or radio. His boy was Trotsky, and that's how I knew him. And he was a great cop and still is, and would be viable for at least 5 more years in some capacity. But as one of my boys says, you got to be ready for this, man, because you're walking toward the cliff, and they don't care if you fall off of it. And that's a fact, Jack. What'd the city do for him? Nothing. Plaque? I'm trying to find out. Anything? Do they give you a commendation? Is there a little ceremony? Not really. See ya, Jimmy. Thanks for 40 years of solving insane crimes. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
All right, thanks so much, Marty. And what's up is the Parkway East outbound is backing for you right around that Bates Street on-ramp before you head out through the single-lane traffic pattern past the Squirrel Hill tunnels and the Commercial Street Bridge project. Elsewhere around the district, it's pretty calm, so it gives me a chance to remind you of a new project that kicked off today and will continue tomorrow in McKeesport. You want to leave extra travel time to get around single-lane restrictions on Route 48, that's Long Run Road. Drilling crews are doing work from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. each day, and they'll be between Jefferson Street and Old Long Run Road, so watch for slowdowns there. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Have a big tree down in our backyard behind the deck, so it's not a big problem. But I tell you what, when you reach out to Greater Pitt Tree Service, it's never a problem. Carlos is the man. The best in the business. Let me say this. Trained professionals, insured, bonded, best equipment, unbelievable work ethic. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. 412-884-TREE, the best in the business.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text Firm 66 to 32 32 32. FIRM 66 to 32 32 32. Firm 66 to 32 32 32. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more. You too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job. Get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $12,500 bathroom remodel with an additional savings of up to $3,000 plus low to no monthly payments. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When I was growing up, everybody worked at U.S. Steel in my neighborhood. And all the old-timers at 50 retired. I'm not kidding. One of the things that tanked the pensions at U.S. Steel, man, 50. And then they get full-time gigs doing something else. The cops do that too. They do consulting stuff. But 50, man. Man. Mandatory. Come on, bro. The pilots are 65. My cousin's an insanely talented pilot captain. He's about to be 65. They're trying to extend it to 67. It's tough because we have this talent drain, and a lot of folks don't want these jobs. And now you have 300 cop shortage in Pittsburgh and 700 state cop shortage, and they force you to retire. My man Jim, who's been in law enforcement his whole life, what's the retirement age for the feds?
Feds is 57, which the director has the ability to extend it for a year.
57.
Mm-hmm.
And that's low, man.
It's very low. And the thing about it is, these standards were made so many years ago that guys over 60 are not, that stay in shape, are not built like the guys in the 60s
By the
and
way,
70s.
this is a great point. This is a great point.
I mean, even myself, I mean, I'm over 60, and anybody that knows me will tell you I could still throw some serious weight around and do a lot of car.
And like I was talking about Jimmy McGee, the homicide cop, all right, he's 70, but he's the smartest guy in homicide. Why not put him on a task force helping to solve unsolved cases instead of wasting that brain? You know what I'm saying? And sending him home.
That's actually a great observation on your end, because the experience that these guys have could be put to such good use. It's a shame to just toss them to the side. But yet, like you said, we use that experience in Supreme Court justices who could serve as high as 90 if they wanted.
And congressmen and senators and the president?
Well, exactly. I mean, it's hilarious. Look.
Come on, man.
Half
CEOs
of the United States, Marty, more than half the United States Congress is older than me.
Oh, it's true.
Think about it.
And my man,
so
if we start, remember when the steelworkers who retired 50 brothers? You remember that?
Oh my God, yes, they were everywhere in those days.
Everywhere,
you know. And I mean, remember the old days of the beer gardens? That's where you find them over 50 in the afternoon.
Well, there's that. There's.
Well, you know,
Jimbo, thanks, brother. Love him. My man, Bob. Bob, how long you been in law enforcement?
51 years.
How many times were you cut because you were too old? How many times?
3.
3.
And they don't actually, what they do, they start putting pressure on you. They start nickel diming on you. And it's because once you hit your retirement age, the political bosses and the politicians have no control over them, because you can walk away at any second.
Hey, man,
and
hold
they
on.
don't like
Let's
that.
get down to it. How old are you right now?
71.
You kick ass right now. Don't you? Don't you?
I don't know. I guess that depends on who you talk to.
Hold on, man. Come on. You throw that hammer. You're helped more than anyone I know. And you've made more money and had more success since they kicked you out 3 times because they said you were too old. Is that not that fair, too?
Absolutely. I don't know if it was too old or too big of a mouth. I guess it was one of them. I think it was an equal thing on their part.
But wouldn't it make sense, though, brother, to kind of say, man, we could use this brain around here, right?
So many agencies. A good friend of mine, he's 72, and he's on cold case for New York State Police. And they go in, they look over these old cases, and they give them their sage.
Right on.
They don't do the field work.
Right
on. But Pittsburgh just lost a gigantic hit. He was amazing. Just an absolute legend.
Jimmy McGee's my man. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it, brother.
Legend.
You're the king.
Have a good day.
Love him. Love him. Hey, folks, make plans to extend the Varieties Golf Talent and Sunken Bus Studios on Babcock Boulevard August 16th. All right? $1,000 top prize. Wow. Benefiting the Variety of Children's Charity. Tickets are limited. Event page at kdkradio.com. All right? By the way, NASCO Roofing instant access to our shows is a click away. Email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
If you are new to Medicare and have questions, Aetna can help. Aetna has a Medicare Advantage plan that includes prescription drug coverage with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plan includes benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. Call Aetna today at 1-833-771-3415 to learn more. A licensed agent will answer your call.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
78 and overcast. It's 12 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. It could soon be easier to cancel a subscription service. U.S. Representative Chris DeLuzio and two other lawmakers have introduced a bill in Washington, to make canceling less of a chore.
Some require you to get on a phone with a live person, and that has a long wait time. I've heard of examples where memberships to cancel, you've got to send in by certified mail.
DeLuzio expects his bill to have strong bipartisan support. A few weeks after announcing the closure of its Murraysville location, Atria's is opening a new restaurant. Strip District Neighbors tells the Pittsburgh Business Times Atria's and Juniper Grill will move into former Ciopino and Osteria 2350 locations in the Cork Factory Lofts Garage, but it's not known yet when the restaurants will open. The Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge ticked higher last month. Consumer prices rose 2.6% in June compared with a year ago and up from 2.4% in May. On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve Board voted to keep its key short-term interest rate unchanged to see how new tariffs on imports will impact inflation and the broader economy. Right now on Wall Street, the Dow is up 12 points at 44,473. The NASDAQ is up 198 points, and the S&P is up 33. Allegheny County Police are investigating an attempted murder-suicide in McKeesport. 911 was called around 12:30 a.m. about a shooting at a home in the 2300 block of Grandview Avenue. First responders found a woman and a man suffering from gunshot wounds. The woman taken to a hospital in critical condition, and 50-year-old Carlos Watts was pronounced dead on the scene. Detectives say their preliminary information shows Watts shot the woman and then himself. A Brentwood man who pleaded guilty to ethnic intimidation, terroristic threats, and assault charges will serve 6 months on home detention and then 3 years of probation. Brian Dengler pulled a gun on an Amazon driver in December of 2023 because Linquita Schle's delivery vehicle was blocking his driveway. The 66-year-old man used a racial slur and threatened to kill Schley if she didn't get out of his way. During his sentencing Wednesday, Dengler's lawyer blamed his client's behavior on drinking. A new study by the University of Pittsburgh researchers finds a popular artificial sweetener may interfere with certain cancer treatments. With that story, News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
The study published today in Cancer Discovery finds that patients with melanoma and certain types of lung cancer had a worse response to immunotherapy if they used sugar substitutes, specifically sucralose, the one in yellow packets. Dr. Abby Overacre says even small amounts reduce the number and types of gut bacteria.
Even the equivalent of, what you would think maybe 2 or 3 packets a day, those patients were shown to not do as well.
But Overacre says they did find the readily available amino acid arginine seemed to help mitigate the effects of the sweetener in mice, which could now be tested on humans. She says something as simple as that could help patients who don't want to give up their favorite diet pop. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports, the trade deadline is tonight at 6. So far, Pittsburgh has traded Key Brian Hayes to the Reds and Caleb Ferguson to the Mariners, and the Bucks are getting a reliever and 2 prospects in those 2 deals. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:03. 78 and overcast in Pittsburgh. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be humid the rest of today with clouds winning out, followed by a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm this afternoon, high 78. Cloudy, breezy, and cooler tonight with some rain early, low 60. For tomorrow, clouds give way to some sunshine with a refreshing breeze and low humidity, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The summer savings continue to heat up at Coons Market.
Pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound. Fresh blueberries, 1 pint container, $1.99 each. Essential everyday tortilla chips, 12-ounce bags, 2 for $3. Come see us at Coons.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
What's up? This one's actually very interesting to me. I love this town. I love development. And there is a dearth of apartments for anyone, actually. Whether you're trying to get into Pitt, because now they're putting kids, they don't have anywhere to house these kids. But especially for seniors, man, in this town, it's expensive. There's nothing new. They get pigeonholed. They get in these crappy places. They get mistreated. And that's what I'm thinking about this Mosaic Apartments in Oakland that's opening. It's this 48-unit building, corner of Forbes and Craft. It's gorgeous. Have you seen it? It's freaking beautiful. Whoever designed it did a hell of a job. The thing that I'm interested in about this, it's actually kind of a conflation of two ideas. Number one, and by the way, for 2 years, the mayor's been talking about this is an apartment for senior citizens in the LGBTQ plus community. For 2 years. For 2 years. This is a place where they don't have to hide their identity. This is the place where folks in this community can feel safe. And there has been ire, angst from the straight community who say, what the hell is this about? What are we doing here? What if I built a complex for all middle-aged white guys? That's the rhetoric I've been hearing for a year. Now it's opening up. And by the way, it's gorgeous. And I respect and admire the folks who are doing it and offering a place for seniors to live. And by the way, I'm really grateful that they reached out to me this morning because they wanted to talk about this. And their CEO of Presbyterian Senior Care Network, Jim Pfeiffer, is joining us. Jim, thanks so much for doing this, my man. Appreciate it.
Marty, I'm delighted to be on with you. I'm a longtime fan. You and I met a couple of times. I probably don't remember, but it's a privilege to be on your show, and I always appreciate your perspective and how much you care about the Pittsburgh community.
Well, I love you caring about seniors, man. I mean, it's a pain in the ass for seniors to find a decent place. They're expensive, they're dirty, they're unsafe, they don't have elevators or escalators or air conditioning or fires. You know this whole thing. It's crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely. I've been doing it for 40 years, Marty, and, we serve over 2,000 seniors in affordable housing every year in 32 communities. We serve over 7,000 people a year, seniors in Western PA, and it's just been the greatest ministry for me to be involved in, and particularly in affordable housing, because, some of the communities, Marty, that we've done over in the East End in the African-American community, it's the nicest places. People will tell me this is the nicest place I ever lived. Like, and think about how that makes you feel, my friend.
This place you're building now, this is gorgeous, brother. This thing is beyond belief. Come on.
It's one of the most uniquely designed communities. This would be my 40th community that I've worked on from a development perspective, and I would tell you, I am as proud of this community as I've ever been. And we had a great design team, Rothschild, Doino Architects, Mystic Construction, just some of the best people in the business working with us, Marty, on this community. And we've had the best acceptance from the Oakland community. When you think about it, to your point earlier, there hasn't been a new affordable senior housing building built in Oakland probably since the 1980s.
This is so true.
And
this is so true.
And we have hundreds of people on our waiting list, to get into our affordable communities. And, what a pleasure to be I grew up on the South Side, right across the bridge from this community.
Down the South Side, Jim. All right, man, let's get to the heart of this. This is why you're here, and you're smart enough and savvy enough and mature enough. You know the angst that some people have about this. As soon as they saw this, because I've been hearing this for a year and a half, and now that it's out, well, the social media stuff gets a bit hateful, but I ignore them. More than a third of the LGBTQ people hide their sexual orientation. This will be a place where they're safe. The message is, if you're in this community, this is for you. Is that how you want this, or is this for everyone, sir?
And if you read the article in the Post-Gazette this morning, I think it was absolutely clear that this project is open to anyone. You don't have to be a part of the LGBT community to live here. There's nothing on the application where you have to check a box that says, I'm a part of the community. According to fair housing law, and we have probably the best fair housing lawyer in the state on our advisory committee. Yeah. This is not reverse discrimination, Marty, but what it's been, and we have a history of working with the LGBT community since the AIDS epidemic back in the 90s.
Nice.
And we should hear the stories of discrimination that you get from these folks.
Yeah, but so are old people discriminated against. So are black people. So are Mexican people. I mean, so are folks who are handicapped. Exactly. I mean, you know what I'm saying, Jim?
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why we've built some beautiful communities in the African American community in the East End.
So
as
now we're
well.
going to have people in
So-
silos. Here's the gay folks. Here are
No,
the
it's
black
not.
folks. Here are the handicapped folks.
Yeah, and you know, those communities are not all African American, but what, you know, I think the common thread here, Marty, is people deserve a community where they can feel safe and live with choice and dignity, right? And so one thing that doesn't exist in our market right now is a place that says, hey, we're welcoming and inclusive to folks in the LGBTQ community. You don't have to be LGBTQ to live here. You can be anyone in the Pittsburgh community who meets the age and income qualities, or you can be an ally in the community if you want. But if you live here, you know that we have some special programming for you, that we have specially trained staff, and that we're going to be sensitive to your needs. And we're not going to allow any bullying or issues to occur that makes you feel like you can't live here as your best self, right? And isn't that a beautiful thing, Marty? Like, who can be against that?
No, I love you, man. I love what you're doing. I love who you help, and I love that you give a damn, which is really 90% of the game for me. And I tell my kids this: if you don't care, get the hell out of the room. And you care. But you know, my man, because I've been talking to the mayor about this for 2 years, and all we ever heard was these apartments are for the LGBTQ community. And now you're saying, not necessarily. But that's not true.
It is.
And hold on,
No,
though.
it's not.
Now people feel like...
Yeah, there would be a violation.
Now, I know, but then why promote it for 2 years?
Because we want people from the LGBTQ community to be aware that this is being developed, right?
Yep.
So it's just like when we're in any community, Marty. If I'm doing work in Mount Washington, one of my favorite areas.
Love it.
When we open a new building, right? We want people in Mount Washington to know that building is going to be available to them. Now, anybody can live in that community in Mount Washington. You don't have to be from there, right?
Yep.
But we want folks in that community to know that it's coming. And if they want to live there and remain in that community, you know, it's going to be available to them.
Hey, can you hang for a minute? Can you hang?
Sure.
No, I love this.
Sure, absolutely.
You know what I love? They reached out. You know what I love? This guy has dedicated his life to affordable housing, which there's a dearth of in this town. I don't care who you are, what group you belong to. Hang in there. We got more to ask Jim.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
NASCO Roofing has done work on everyone in my family's house. My sister, my brother, our house. They have done work on every single one of their homes and my home, and unbelievable work. Lifetime guarantee. Amazing work ethic. Amazing pricing. NASCO Roofing. NASCO. 412-373-2000. 412-373-2000.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get Marty, brought to you by UPMC, life-changing medicine.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. All the time I'm talking about auto accidents, big crashes, big wrecks. Call 1-800-GET-PHIL or 412-281-5005. Look, Phil DiLucente and Associates, they're in Pittsburgh. They give free, that's right, free consultations. Phil and Ken Nolan, his partner, handle auto cases. I've worked with them a lot. So call 1-800-GET-PHIL. Call Ken Nolan and Phil DiLucente now at 1-800-GET-PHIL today. They're the best, folks.
The Shindig Charity Music Festival, August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd at Union Brothers Brewing in Harmony. 18 bands over 3 days.
Proceeds benefit local first responders and Northwood Charitable Foundation. Car show Friday night, craft and vendor show Saturday, first responder demonstration Sunday.
Single day tickets, weekender tickets, and weekender tickets for Keg and Eggs starting at 9:30 a.m.
Surprise guests, amazing raffle prizes, great food and brews. Bring your own lawn chair and a non-perishable food item donation.
Tickets also available at the door. Get your details at theshindigmusicfestival.com.
CBS Eye on Veterans from connectingvets.com. After his time in the Army's covert Delta Force unit and a near life-ending injury, Tyler Gray searched for answers to his own mental health struggle. In his new book, Forged in Chaos, he reveals some flaws in the standard PTSD diagnosis.
Think of it this way with PTSD. Awareness and treatment is at an all-time high. And yet, the problem isn't getting better, it's getting worse. To me, any reasonable, logical person would have to look at that and go, well, if awareness and treatment is at an all-time high and the problem is getting worse, then the only logical conclusion I think you could make is that we must be fundamentally misdiagnosing what the disease is.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, we offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options to cover your small business needs and more. Visit Progressive.com today.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So look, there's a dearth of housing here, man, for anyone. Affordable housing sucks. It's horrible. Middle-class folks can't buy a home, and seniors get jacked, man. They have no money. They can't pay their bills. They can't buy their scripts. So I respect and admire the hell, honestly, about everything that Jim does, Pfeiffer. And I love the fact that he gives a damn about people. But let me say this. Here's the pushback. So they open up this complex, and I've been hearing from the mayor about this for 2 years. It's for LGBTQ plus seniors. Okay? We've been told that for 2 years, and the LGBT community claps and yells and yeah, about damn time. And by the way, we all need a place. But the pushback comes from political insiders, and I'm going to give you a guy who's been at it for 40 years. I think it's BS. I'm all for equality, but it's BS that with the world as it is now, that now they get advantage. There's no one more honest and forward about this than Jim Pfeiffer. Jim, what do you say about that? Because there's a lot of that rhetoric, you know that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the opportunity, Marty, to clarify today, because, we've been clear, whatever messages have come out of the mayor's office or whatever, we've been clear since the beginning that this community is being developed with specialized programming for folks in the LGBTQ community. But we've also been clear that it's open to everyone. And, I'm not on today because I'm afraid to be sued or I think there's issues. As a matter of fact, that's the last thing that I'm worried about. I'm worried about creating a good environment for the people who are going to live here for the next 30 or 40 years. So, for us, I know there's a lot of misconceptions, right? I mean, we would have never been funded, Marty, if this project was developed exclusively for LGBTQ seniors, because that would be illegal. We'd have never gotten the money. But
you got to give me this, Jim, because you're straight up, and this has been marketed this way, sir. Maybe not from you, but from others. You know that, right? Right?
Oh, it's right in the ad, Marty, that it's LGBTQ friendly. It's also right in the ad that everyone is welcome. I challenge you or anyone else to look at anything that we've put out publicly.
Hey, my man, I said I'm not going to debate this, but I sat with the mayor who screamed to high heavens.
The mayor doesn't speak for me, and he wasn't involved in this project originally.
But he took credit for it, Jim.
Hey, if he made some misstatements about that, Marty, that's not on me, my friend.
I didn't say it was. Hold on a second. Hold on. Go ahead, Ann. Jump in here. You've got Jim on the line too. Go ahead, Ann.
Hey, Marty.
Hey, Ann.
You know what? Presbyterian Senior Care has been for adult care since day one.
They have.
They have over 80 years caring for adults. People with memory issues, people who are gay, people who are black, people who are mentally incompetent. They care for everybody. So don't give me this stuff about the mayor. The mayor doesn't know what he's talking about. He only talks about things.
And why are you so angry here? We're having an adult conversation here. I'd be afraid to live next door to you. Calm down.
Well, you should be, because let me tell you, Jim Piper does a damn good job, and so does everybody else at Senior Care.
I love him. I think
and I know, because I used to work there.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Ann. Wow.
So you let him talk, and you disregard whatever the mayor says.
Okay. Wow, that was fun. Jim, I bet she's fun at one of your cocktail aren't working. And Jim, do me a favor, please call back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Marty. Can you hear me?
I screwed it up. How about that? She's swinging for you, man. He's calling back. I love her. I love anyone with that kind of passion. In fairness, ma'am, the argument is actually a fair argument that this has been marketed and promoted as a high rise for LGBTQ plus folks, and now it isn't. And Jim Pfeiffer's reputation is stellar. He's a star in this world and gives a damn, and it will remain that way. Hey, I'm getting as you know, Jim, I'm getting a ton of flack and texts from politicians and angry people, but you must be feeling some feedback that's negative too, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah. You know, whenever you do something, Marty, that is first in the market or controversial, you have to be willing to take a little flack, you know. And even when we were caring for folks with AIDS back in the 90s, you know, we had people who said, you know, you're a religious organization, you shouldn't be doing this.
Great point.
Isn't that what Jesus told us to do, Marty?
That's a great point.
Yeah. I mean, you go to Catholic Church just like I do. We just had the Good Samaritan Gospel 2 Sundays ago, right? Like, doesn't that inspire you, right? To say, hey, we need to forget about this and look at it as people who need care, right?
Are you getting, on the upside, you must be getting swarmed, because this place is gorgeous. You must be getting bombarded with folks who want to live there.
Yeah, so far, with really good response to it. You know, we had over 150 people on the inquiry list. Applications are coming in, and, you know, November 1st looks very favorable as our opening date.
Nice.
You know, I couldn't be more proud of our organization.
Hey, before you go, man, do me a favor. Kind of give us the range. How do you qualify in terms of income, and what is the rent?
Sure. Yeah, so 62 and over is a criteria, and then there's a couple different levels of income. The majority of the people, Marty, will be under 30,000, and 35 of those units will have vouchers from the housing authority, who's been a great partner. So think about it, Marty. There may be some seniors living in Oakland for $350 or $400 a month. Think about that.
Good.
And then the rental range is basically from around $700 to about $1,100 a month for folks who don't qualify for the subsidy. But 35 of those units will have project-based vouchers. so that seniors can not only afford to live there, but they can also afford their medications and their food and everything else they need as well.
Hey, my man, from henceforth, you know how to get me. You guys have my cell and everything. If there's anything I can do to help, if you have any issues that need corrected or you need corroboration, you need someone to support this, I'm all in, okay?
I appreciate it, Marty, and thank you for caring so much about the city. I appreciate all that you do.
All right, my man. Love him. He's really cool. Honest as hell. I love the woman that was yelling and screaming, too. Good for her. I love people that care. It's the ones that don't care that aggravate the hell out of me.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned. Get 1 free plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. You want a new physical therapy experience? You want a treatment plan centered on you? Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, is spelled different, because they are different. Monroeville Physical has new technology and an expert staff to give you a personalized experience to get you back to loving your life. Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200. They help me dramatically love physical. Check it out.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 79 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Paul Alexander. The Allegheny County DA's office is deciding whether or not a Robinson Township police officer should face criminal charges. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Comment on the status of an ongoing investigation. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A state lawmaker has introduced legislation to prevent registered sex offenders from becoming parents through surrogacy. Butler County Representative Aaron Bernstein says the bill he sponsored will close a loophole.
Several days ago, I was notified that an individual had become a parent through surrogacy who has a previous track record and a conviction of sexual assault as it deals with children.
Bernstein's bill would also require a background check before anyone can enter into a surrogacy agreement. Pennsylvania has deployed iFlow 2.0 weather sensors at locations across the Commonwealth to improve public safety during flash flooding emergencies. PEMA Director Randy Padfield says the weather alert system aims to quickly deliver weather data to the people who need it most.
The system sends email alerts of hazards like heavy rainfall and high winds to emergency managers statewide, providing advance warning to direct decision makers.
Padfield says 30 new weather stations will be installed across the Commonwealth through August 2026, with most being placed on school properties. Thousands of people will soon be notified they've been selected for September's dress rehearsal at the new Pittsburgh International Terminal. Over 18,000 people expressed interest in the event, but only 2,000 to 2,500 are needed, and they're being notified via email. Those playing the parts of passengers will test everything from signage to the baggage claim. If all goes well, the grand opening will come soon thereafter. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 22 points, the Nasdaq up 232, the S&P 500 up 38 points. KDK Radio News Time is 12:32. Our next update at 1 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey everybody, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. 90th anniversaries are super special. That's why AARP Pennsylvania is celebrating 90 years for Social Security. And they're doing it with ice cream. Now, there are 3 events in the greater Pittsburgh area where you can join in the fun. But registration is required to get your favorite scoop of your favorite ice cream. And you'll learn more about AARP and the fight to strengthen and protect Social Security. You can register at aarp.org/local.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Levin Furniture and Mattress Stores. Buy more, save more sale. Going right now through Monday. The more you buy, the more you save. Check it out. From my friend Robert Levin and his staff. Up to 25% off the entire store. Get super low monthly payments with 0% interest for 60 months on select purchases of $19.99 or more. Shop at any Levin Furniture and Mattress Store today. Levin's incredible buy more, save more sale ends on Monday. Tell them Marty sent you.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Voss TV and Appliance has a huge selection of big brand names and prices you'll love. Third-generation family business. Rick, Matt, the entire Voss team provides meaningful service. That actually serves. They answer phones, show up on time, and truly care about their customers. It's old-school service that matters, and you won't find it anywhere else. Visit Voss's South Hills showroom today. 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Love them. The lowest prices guaranteed.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit, come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds will win out the rest of today. It'll be remaining humid with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm this afternoon, the high 78. And for tonight, cloudy, breezy, and cooler with some rain at times, early, though 60. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hey, it's a Thursday. We're inching through the week. We're going to get there, I promise. And the temperatures are going to go down a little bit. There's a lot happening on the show. Can't wait to talk to you. 2 to 6 today, right here, KDK.
One of my friends has seen Van Halen 67 times. What's up? All right, so I have been annoyed as hell with customer service. It's a big, big deal. And as an example, a launching pad for my misery has been about 30 calls, emails to LG. It's an alleged appliance company, which the guy who finally fixed it called, in his infinite wisdom, life's garbage. The worst customer service I've ever seen in my life. Conversely, when I met Steve Fellmeyer with C&S Cousins Construction, the first thing he said, and his cousins, Marty, we take care of our customers. Marty, we're going to fix problems. Marty, we get this stuff resolved. Steve is on the line. Steve, there's nothing that annoys people more than ignorant customer service. Right, buddy?
Yeah, that's the absolute worst, man. There's no quicker way to lose a customer. You're killing me with that life's garbage, LG.
Well, hold on, man. You're out there fixing stuff all the time. You know you've heard the same thing, haven't you?
Yeah, well, in our industry, it's communication is the #1 complaint.
Yep.
So the contracting industry, period, is every year in the top 3 for consumer complaints.
It is.
Every single year.
It is.
I like to joke that, we got Delta Airlines kick flipping airplanes out here, and yet contractors are still somehow hated more. But the reason for that is bad customer service, and that's generally the result of garbage communication.
Well, if we backtrack a little bit, you lived through some of this when these thieves ripped off your mom. And quite frankly, once she reached out after she'd been ripped off, they disappeared. They're like ghosts. That's part of the problem, isn't it, brother? They disappear.
Yeah, you see a lot of that. People, they hire somebody. There's nothing worse, right?
Nothing.
I mean, you're making a huge investment for a large project in your home, the greatest investment of your life. And it's terrifying when you drop that kind of money and you just hear nothing. Not just days or weeks, I mean, months, years. And a lot of times the guys will just outright disappear.
Steve Fellmeyer, C&S Cousins Construction, 989 Cousins. You kind of go overboard in the other direction. And if I call you, how do you and the Cousins respond, sir? If I call you either for a job or just trying to get a question answered, how do you respond?
Yeah, so that customer service and great communication, it's one of the core tenets of what our business is built around. First and foremost, when you call us, right, you dial that 989 Cousins number, we have an in-house call center. Right on the other side of this wall behind me, there are 3 folks in there that are full-time employees of ours. They're local. They live right around here, and they are taking those calls day in and day out.
What?
Monday through Friday, 8 to 5,
What?
we have guys here.
And they speak English. Yep. Not to be a jerk, but they actually speak English.
They do their best, right?
No, my man. I was on the friggin' phone at least a dozen times with operators in the Philippines who can't speak English. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, we don't have that.
Sucks.
Dylan in our call center, he grew up right over here in Southside. We got Tyler from Monongahela, and Jessica's over there. She's from the Wexford area. So very local people, good people. The other huge benefit is they got their finger on the pulse of this business, who we are, what we do. Folks call in with complicated projects, and they got complicated questions that require complicated answers. You need somebody who knows the inner workings of this company, knows what we do, what we don't do, how we do it, to be able to effectively answer those questions.
Steve Feldmeyer, CNS Cousins Construction, 989 Cousins, 989 Cousins. It's kind of the foundation of your belief in your brand, isn't it, sir, to take care of people, to respond?
100%. We don't want people to feel like they're in the dark. We update them regularly. Delays and things, that stuff happens, Marty. There's no way around it. The way the weather's been around here the last 2 months, by any roofing project that's been delayed because of lightning or terrible weather, our customers know about it. These guys reach out. After they deal with the contact center first, these three characters over here, if you get your project on the schedule with us, immediately you go straight to our operations coordinator. She will reach out to you within that first week. Go over your project, very baseline, check in on everything that we're doing, that we're ordering. She assigns you a project manager. You get that project manager's cell phone sent to you. You can text him, you can call him, you can email him with questions, and then all through the actual build itself, that project manager is on site. They will come out before we order to do what we call pre-install inspection, inspect the property, make sure we're ordering everything properly, so that when that job does kick off, everything goes incredibly smoothly. And then they are boots on the ground throughout the entire process. If something extra needs ordered, we needed a couple extra pieces of wood, they get to run out, right, the lumber yard, grab it. Everything is handled smoothly. It's very coordinated. And then even on the back end, we do reach back out to check in and make sure the experience was up to our very high standards.
That's why I can't find people complaining about you. I'm serious. On Better Business Bureau anywhere. Hey, I got to read this to you because this is important. This is Steve Feldmeyer.
One complaint ever. One bad review on Google. You want to know what it was?
Yeah.
We couldn't do the person's job. So they were upset that we couldn't do the job. That's it, though.
Hey, my man. So let me read this to you. I read this to you last week, but I wanted the audience to hear this. One of my insiders in the business said, man, Marty, the amount of contractors turning down home repair work is insane. There are more. Our schedule is full for the foreseeable future than I've ever seen. Is that true?
For most, yes, it is. For
why, man?
The weather
Why?
The weather's been not so great. These last 2 months has been over 60% bad working conditions. So if you're a small outfit, you only got one, maybe two crews. Then you're just one guy going out quoting them. Selling them, doing the paperwork. If you're mom and pop, you're going to be backed up probably for the end of the year at this point. We have, a tremendous workforce.
I see.
All full-time work for us, so that kind of thing doesn't happen.
Steve Feldmeyer, my man.
That's very believable.
I'm in. 412-989 Cousins. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you being honest and appreciate you doing so much for the community. Thanks, my man.
Anytime, Morty. Thanks.
I'm serious. They get it. I love them. They actually care about people.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
How would you like to go to the beach or pool feeling comfortable without wearing a cover-up this summer? How would you like to be in front of pictures instead of hiding behind people in the back where only your head pops up? How would you like your doctors to tell you how proud they are of your weight loss? How would you like to fit into clothes that haven't fit in years? How would you like to have such self-esteem and self-confidence that you are beyond happy? Yes, yes, and yes. Let's make all these things happen. Call me, Dr. Shufo, at 1-800-900-THIN.
7 races, 7 dogs, and KDKA Radio. Colin Dunlap takes his show on the road in support of the Wiener 100 race at EQT Park as part of the Bark in the Park night on August 19th before the Wild Things game. Find out if your wiener dog is eligible to race by clicking on the events page at kdkaradio.com. Hot dogs, baseball, the Wiener 100 race, and Colin Dunlap, only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Each year, UPMC performs the highest number of heart catheterization procedures in the region.
UPMC is doing amazing things with catheter-based therapies. There's a lot of technology out there that has really transformed medicine and can really benefit our patients. We have a variety of procedures to treat the most complex diseases, to help patients feel better and regain their quality of life.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump says he and Mexico's president have agreed to extend for 90 days their current trade deal. That includes keeping a 25% fentanyl tariff, a 25% tariff on autos, and 50% on steel, aluminum, and copper for now. Talks will continue to get a permanent deal. Blowout earnings reports from Microsoft and Meta Platforms last night being offset today by some worries about jobs after planned corporate layoffs in July spiked higher on AI job-related losses. That's ahead of tomorrow's July jobs report. On Wall Street, though, stocks lost some earlier steam. Right now, all the major averages are a little higher. The Dow pretty much flat, but the Nasdaq's up 1% over 200 points. The S&P is up 0.5%. And after better than expected revenue in its Azure cloud computing unit, rising shares of Microsoft pushing its market valuation to more than $4 trillion earlier today. Only the second company ever to be worth that much, behind NVIDIA. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The thing about consumer stuff is that it's always tough, and it's hard to find someone you trust. It just is, man. You kind of get to a point with some of these companies where you don't know if they're ever going to call you back. It's just, what's wild is the ones that do call you back. You love them. I went through the roof last night at my house. Check out the video. Like 75,000 people watched it. We couldn't get our freezer fixed. It froze for 10 days. And the company LG, which stands for, according to the repairman, life's garbage, they wouldn't show up. I had to call this badass, honestly, guy owns his own thing, and he broke the rules for me and came to our house after he had dinner with his family at 7 o'clock last night on his own time and fixed our freezer. I love him. Why wouldn't I? You know what I'm saying? I love him because he answers the phone, because he cares. He picks his daughter up at school. He has dinner with his family, and he says, I'm going to go over to the Griffins and save their ass. And I'm going to tell you the truth. If you're looking at the video, he was sweating. There was ice everywhere. When he left our house, and it's probably on the tape, he said, hey, don't pay me anything. I'm doing this as a favor. I honestly almost cried. Now, look, I paid him. I ain't doing that. But now that's a superstar. And my thing is, the guys at CNS are the same damn way. They call me and say, hey, man, do you have any projects for us? You have someone we can help? And my thing is, those are the folks I will run to day in and day out. And if you don't love that kind of person, like my boy at Steel City Appliance Repair, Ted is his name. You don't love anyone. I got a lot of response from this video we posted because a lot of folks live this nightmare. The guru of repair guys is my man on the phone right now, and that's Brian. And Brian, this has blown up because this is such a personal issue for folks who can't get their stuff fixed, isn't it, sir?
It certainly is. And you get what I said when I sent that text off to you. Why company? Nobody wants to do it.
Yep.
Yeah. Say you own your own shop.
Yep.
You want to bring in work. You're not going to bring it in unless you sign a contract with the manufacturers. The trouble with the manufacturers is you have to follow their rules, so it becomes their shop, not yours. So then you submit $20,000 worth of claims in, and they pay you for 13.
Wow.
So where's the other money?
Wow.
Now where's the other money? You got to chase them and chase them and chase them, and a lot of times you never get paid for a lot of them. So when someone comes to your home, depending on the contract, but on a lot of contracts, the repairman buys the compressor, buys everything it needs, puts it in the refrigerator, then submits a claim to get paid for the repair and get paid back for the part. So when you're submitting that and they're not paying you, a lot of your money is hanging out there while you're waiting for this to come in.
Wow.
I'm trying to be brief because I think you're running out of time here.
Hold on, though. Is that why you quit? Is that why you quit?
That's part of the reason why I quit. Even when I was on my own, I chased them for the money. There's a company called Service Power. I did some contract work for it. I chased them for years. They still owe me money. I gave up on it. And that's what they want you to do. Give up. Because they figure they get away without paying you.
That's why I felt so blessed to meet this guy from Steel City. Young guy says to me, I love this. I love this. It's rare, isn't it, man? It's rare.
Yeah, it is. It is. No, sometimes things work out good, but it gets to be where it's a chase because you have your own bills to pay. And if you have technicians, you got to pay your technicians. You got to pay your insurance. And they're fooling around and taking their time, and they'll deny claims. Then they'll say, well, you should have got authorization, or you used the wrong repair code, so we're not paying you. But you used the repair code they told you to use.
Hey, before I lose you, hold on, before I lose you, now, you didn't want to do this yesterday, but my man from Steel City says General Electric makes good stuff, do they?
General Electric a few years back had a lot of compressor issues.
I see.
I don't favor anybody.
I see.
They're all right. I think Whirlpool's kind of all right. But I don't like any of them, and I don't want to tell you go buy a GE or a Whirlpool. Then you buy it, and then you run into the same thing you are with your LG, and they're calling you up saying, that guy on the radio told me to buy it.
How old is what is that? Do you have a freezer or something that's really old in your house? How old is it?
I bought, do you remember the appliance store? Yeah. I bought that back. Yeah, it's an Amana refrigerator originally made by Amana. I think I bought it around 83, 85, something like that. Still looks like new. It's still going.
Come on, man.
And, you know, the light companies want you to buy a new appliance that's energy efficient. It'll save you money. But then when you're replacing it every 5 years, you don't have any savings.
Thank you. My man, thanks. I love that man. I could call him every day. He's absolutely amazing.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas.